Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. A regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District will be held Monday, April 13, 2020, beginning at 5 p.m. in by the video conference or teleconference by www.McAllenISD.org or 956-618-6094, McAllen, Texas 78501. As in this meeting, there will be discussion and action by the board on the item subjects listed below. Items listed in the agenda may be taken in the order of the agenda or otherwise. Unless removed from the consent agenda, items identified within the consent agenda will be acted upon at one time. At this time, we will now go into public comment. The public comment portion, we have some people that have signed up. Before doing that, there's just some housekeeping rules. And that is that the board encourages public comments to all board meetings. According to the board policy, public participation and related district administration proceed with practices. Persons wanting to make a statement to the board are required to register within the superintendent secretary's office 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. It will be limited to a two-minute discussion. Should the speaker drift from the stated subject or become disruptive or abusive, he or she will be given one warning. If a second warning is required, then the speaker may forfeit the remaining portion. The board shall not tolerate any disruptions of the meeting by the members or of the audience. So just so you know, the speakers that are on there, it is a requirement that we give a 2 minutes. So once the timekeeper tells you his time is up, it is no sign of disrespect. It's just housekeeping rules that we confine to 2-minute limit. Today's first speaker, we have Sofia Nino, and her topic is GPA for 2019-2020. Mrs. Nino.
Girls, you need to be quiet. Hey. Hello? Oh,
hello?
I believe our first speaker is William Greer.
Oh, hi. Am I on or?
Not yet, William. We're going to have Sophia first, and then you'll be next.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're more than welcome to listen. Though.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Sophia. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. I just
before you start, Sophia, I don't know if you heard me read the rules, but I think the most important rule for you to know is that there's a 2-minute limit. So at the end of the 2 minutes, we will ask you to stop. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Okay.
And just to make sure, is this Sofia Gomez or Sofia Nino?
Sofia Gomez.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
Okay.
I couldn't get it working, but I got it.
Well, the first one on my list, though, for housekeeping rules is Sofia Nino.
She was having, she was not, I reached out to her several times, was not able to get her on the phone. I sent her the instructions. So can we go ahead and go with the second speaker, William Greer? And
yes,
if she
Mr. Greer. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Greer.
Alrighty. Okay, thank you. Hold on, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so I would like to just first state that we are already appreciative for the actions that Dr. Gonzalez has already taken by addressing this issue, but as you know, high school students and as well as the McAllen community have not received enough answers regarding how our GPA or rank will be calculated. The 4 to 6 weeks is not an accurate representation of someone's semester grades, and the fact that 1 6 weeks is going to count for 4 times the average amount it normally does is absurd, and it should not be counted for that weight under any circumstances. Of course, we're always open to compromising on a solution that benefits both sides or perspectives on the issue. But I've heard that many people have been, they performed well in the 4 to 6 weeks, and they didn't perform well in the 4 to 6 weeks, and they looked at the 5th, 6th weeks or the final exam as a way to boost their grades. And now, because of the policy that's been instituted, they feel helpless in that, they won't be able to raise their grade. When discussing the remainder of the semester, we have to look at students who don't have reliable and consistent internet access, and that puts them at a huge disadvantage when compared to students that have dependable resources, and it just penalizes students based on their financial capabilities to have internet access. Second, many students live in home environments where their family is facing hardships due to the closure of local businesses, and the stress of worrying about how one's parents will be able to pay for their rent or their food is already burdensome. And not to mention, many of us have younger siblings at home, and it doesn't take into account our home environment, having little children always running around. The Board of Trustees needs to ensure that all students' work
30 seconds.
it is done honestly and fairly. And as of right now, that's simply not possible to have a way to see if people are doing it following MISD's academic policies for honesty. Many students have reached out to me to inform me that they have not been able to retest or make up a quiz, and it's been input as zeros. And I would like to mention that through the support of almost 300 people that have signed our petition, we're asking the Board of Trustees to not count the grades for the spring 2020 semester. But like I've said, we're willing to look to other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person that we have signed up is Mrs. Grace Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Kelly, you do know the rules. It's a 2-minute. At the end of your 2 minutes, Mr. Alvarado will ask you that your time is up.
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay, thank you.
So
Whenever
first,
you're ready.
like William, I would also like to thank the Board of Trustees along with Dr. Gonzalez for this opportunity. I would like to introduce myself. I'm a junior in the IB program at Lamar Academy, and I'm part of many extracurriculars at McAllen High School. I come before you today digitally to bring forward a proposition to award the hardworking students of McAllen ISD for their strenuous efforts throughout these past 4-6 weeks, while attempting to maintain the normal calculations of the grade point averages through these unprecedented times due to the best of our abilities. Returning from the Christmas break, many students like myself faced a new schedule of many new classes to look forward to, but did plan for a semester to come, understanding that there would be room for growth within the semester. However, within these unprecedented times, that's obviously not the case. This growth has been cut short. However, we do appreciate that we're able to work online. We do feel that our hard work within the 4-6 weeks, as though it was cut short, should be awarded in somehow rather than awarding it the entire weight of the entire semester, because that does not show how we were given room to grow throughout the entire semester. We do believe that this 4th semester should be counted as if it were a normal semester, or if it were normal 6 weeks. And so I propose that this 4-6 weeks be counted as 1/4 of the weight of a semester, and so it can work into the calculations of the GPA as if it were normal 6 weeks, because it was. And so you would essentially change the denominator. I've already worked through all the math. I can
30 seconds, Chris.
I can contact all of the Board of Trustees privately, but you would essentially change the denominator and multiply the 4-6 weeks grades by 1/4 of the weight of a semester, and then work into the points of the 6 weeks that the students so rightfully deserve. Because I feel rather than making the entire 6 weeks pass fail, that would take away from the AP students and the IB students 13 points that they've worked so hard for. And by giving them that weight within that 4-6 weeks that would be accounted for, you would still be giving them that room for that growth to be shown and awarding their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sophia Gomez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Gomez. Just for housekeeping rules, Mr. Alvarado will give you a 2-minute limit. We'll let you know when there's 30 seconds left, and then when it's your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, just like Grace and William, I would like to thank you all for having this and giving me the opportunity to speak about how I feel about this entire crisis that's going on. And I believe that the 4-6 weeks should not reflect the entire spring semester, and as a junior, this could be extremely detrimental to our grade point averages. And I don't believe that it's very fair that now 6 weeks that usually counts as a third of a semester is now counting as the entire semester. I think this could be really fatal for a lot of us, especially as juniors applying for this coming fall. And I don't think it's I don't think it's fair at all, and that it defeats the purpose of having semester grades. So it definitely would not balance or equal the fall semester. And I understand that this could be a very difficult decision, but I don't believe that this should count at all. And I think that it should be pass fail for this semester. And again, this semester is very crucial for us juniors as we apply for colleges and universities this upcoming fall. And I really wish you could just consider like maybe just how this could be really fatal to us, and that this entirely isn't fair. And I understand that it's a very difficult decision, but it also, like William said, it could be very hopeless for those who didn't do well maybe on one 6 weeks, and now it's going to count as an entire semester. It just doesn't seem balanced or fair at all. And I, like Grace said also, I think it's really stunting our growth, and that it really just, the year just stopped for us, and there's so much that we have to learn by ourselves. And there's so much that we have to learn by ourselves that maybe we don't feel extremely prepared, and that our grades are possibly reflecting that. And that concludes my message. And overall, I just don't think that it should be counted as the entire semester. Thank you.
Ms. Gomez, thank you. And it takes a lot of courage to do what you did, so we appreciate what you did.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Lindsay Cervic. Am I right?
Who's the next public comment person?
Lindsay?
Okay, I have her on my phone right now, so I'm gonna hold her. I'm gonna hold her next to the microphone.
Okay.
She's aware of the 2 minutes.
Perfect.
So I'll go ahead and let her know. She can hear me also, so I'll let her know about the 30 seconds. Okay. And we're gonna.
She was having difficulty downloading the app, but Louis was able to figure this out with her.
Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa, and I am currently a junior at IBMR Academy. I am calling about the possible decision to use the 4 to 6 weeks as our second semester grade. There are many students who are counting on the following 2 to 6 weeks to bring up their overall GPA. We are technically still in school because we are taking online classes, and therefore we should be effective. With that being said, thank you, Mr. Board President, Mr. Suarez, and the Board of Trustees, along with the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Gonzalez, for this opportunity to express my opinion. Thank you.
She's done.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that concludes the speakers for today. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to recess to closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant section code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. A, human resource recommendations for school year 2019-2020, human resource recommendations for school year 2020-2021, human resource employment resignations for 2019-2020. The D is the pending and potential litigation, and E is possible real estate acquisition. So at this time, at 5:14, we are now in closed session. Thank you. Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. We're going to reconvene back into open session. Just for the record, nothing was voted upon in closed session. And before we begin, I want to thank everyone who has been reaching out to our board members. All 7 of us have gotten phone calls, and I want to thank y'all for reaching out to us. I want to thank all the parents and older siblings who have now become teachers. Thank you for all your hard work. And I want to thank all of our police officers, our child nutrition employees, our teachers, coaches, administrators for everything that y'all have done. It's really been enlightening to see how well McAllen ISD is doing. With that being said, we will go, Mr. Tony Farina will give the invocation, followed by myself giving the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Farina.
Please bow your heads. Almighty God, we come together today for the good of the children in our schools. Give us your wisdom as we make decisions that will affect them today and in the years to come. Help us to work well together, recognizing that each of us, parents, educators, and community representatives, are here because we love children and we want what's best for them. We ask for your blessings and your guidance. In your holy name we pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. President Suarez, your microphone is muted.
We will now go into item number 7, Superintendent Report. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the individuals that are making our food serving process possible, to FMO, to police department, to food service, just the police department, everybody that's working on this. We're feeding a lot of kids every single day, and we have a short video that'll tell that story. I'd like to share it with you.
It's coming.
Okay.
ISD is very familiar with mobile feeding on buses. It's our primary source of summer feeding. And so this is not new for our employees. We're very efficient. And so we have buses at 17 locations that are feeding from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. every day. And then we have 4 of our schools that also are doing a grab and go. All parents have to do is drive up or walk up to the front of the school, and they'll be provided a meal with their kids. So the meals are free to the community. And what's important for the community to know is that we've implemented several steps for safety. So all of our staff is going through health checks as they come into work with our registered nurses from the campuses. And so all of our staff has been screened. All of our staff is wearing the gloves, the precautions recommended by Department of State Health Services. They're wearing masks as well during service. So we are offering 2 meals at one time to help us with limiting exposure of staff, parents, kids. And so kids will get a hot lunch and a breakfast for the next day. We obviously encourage parents, if they're able to drive up. Kids can be in the car. They never have to leave the car. If they're walking up to our locations, we have McAllen ISD police officers on site who will make sure that we're maintaining social distancing and kids can pick up their meals. and then walk off the premises with their parents. School meals are considered essential, and we will continue to have this program until school resumes. And so we will continue to provide the meals. What we want to do is reduce the economic burden to our families, so that Monday through Saturday morning, because they'll get breakfast for Saturday morning, they don't have to worry about food for their kids, and they're able to distribute the resources that they would use for food for other areas.
Thank you,
Great
Dr.
job,
Gonzalez.
Ms. Molina. Great job to you and your crews.
Great job. Now we go on to item number 10A, the approval for proclamations regarding Autism Awareness Month. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. World Autism Awareness Month aims to raise awareness about autism. Ms. Debbie Crane Aliceda will read the proclamation, and Dr. Ibarra will share a few pictures of our students and staff representing World Autism Awareness Month. Administration is recommending action on this item as well.
Move to
So
approve.
moved.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. And I will go out of order. Okay, on this one, that's fine. Motion approved 7-0.
Would you like me to begin it, President
Yes, ma'am.
Suarez?
Yes, ma'am.
The proclamation reads, whereas December 18th, 2007, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 62-139, World Autism Awareness Day by unanimous consent, encouraging United Nations member states to take measures to raise awareness about autism throughout society. And whereas the resolution designates World Autism Awareness Day as a United Nations Day to be observed every year starting in 2008 to raise global awareness of autism. And whereas the aims for World Autism Awareness Day is to inform the general public about the global health crisis of autism, stress the importance of early diagnosis and early intervention, and to celebrate the unique talents and qualities of individuals with autism. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Crane Aliceda, member Board of the Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District, do hereby proclaim that the month of April 2020 be observed as Autism Awareness Month. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the McAllen Independent School District to be affixed on this 13th day of April 2020, and it is attested to by our Board Secretary, Trustee Conrado Alvarado.
Dr. Ibarra?
Yes, let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me make sure. Give me a second. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share. First of all, I want to recognize and acknowledge our students with autism. We applaud them for their courage, hard work, and perseverance. And since they could not be here with us, the campuses did share a couple of videos. And we're going to go ahead and start with the first video. Let me see if I can just enlarge this 1 second. Play. Okay.
Autism awareness is the and that everyone should be treated with kindness and respect. Autism is my unique capability. Let's learn together and from each other.
Wonderful message from Alan. They're from Brown Middle School. We also have Haley Garcia, who's a first grader at Alvarez Elementary. Also, Jade Ochoa, pre-K from Castañeda Elementary, sent us this picture, beautiful picture. We also have a short video from Hunter Cortez. He's a 5th grader at Jackson Elementary, and his mom sent us this video.
How about the apple tree? What is an apple tree?
Producer, it makes apples.
All right. How about a pizza maker?
Producer, makes pizza.
How about buying gas?
Customer,
That's a consumer, right?
consumer.
Because we're buying.
Yeah,
And what about,
consumer.
because where does this come from?
Cows.
Who is a?
Next, we have Melody Caballero. She is a kinder student from McAuliffe Elementary. Then we have Ian Garza. He's a 2nd grader from Perez Elementary. Caleb Pulido, 1st grader from Sanchez Elementary. Aaron Zamora, he's a pre-kinder student at Seguin Elementary. Gabriel Talamantes, 6th grader from Brown Middle School. We also have from Rowe High School, Jose Alejo, and he is a 10th grader. And then finally, David Valsi, and he is a student at Strides. So once again, this evening, we would just want to take this time to recognize and applaud all our students with autism. And we want to, of course, thank all their parents for their support, and especially a big thank you to our school board members for all the support that they give our programs. And I do apologize. I will make sure that the next presentation works. I apologize for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
You're welcome.
That one worked great, Dr. Great work.
Now we go to item 10B, approval of proclamation regarding the month of military child. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The month of the military child is appreciation month for military families and their children applied for the applicants.
It's not working.
I don't hear him.
And Mr. Larry Esparza will read the proclamation, and Dr. Ibarra will share some pictures about our courageous students, staff, and community members.
Ready?
Yes.
So,
thank you, Mr. Dr. Gonzalez. I have a proclamation here, and it's stated, State of Texas, County of Hidalgo, McAllen Independent School District. Whereas, as Americans, we owe a tremendous debt to those who serve to protect and promote our freedom. It is important to remember the men and women in uniform are not alone in making sacrifices. Their families, especially their children, are in together in the sacrifices. And whereas many children have a parent serving on active or reserve military duty, each April we make a special effort to applaud military families and pay tribute to the resilient nature of military children. And whereas Purple Up for Military Kids Day on April 13th encourages communities to wear purple in support of the strength and sacrifices of military children across the country. Now, therefore, I, Larry Esparza, member of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2020 be observed as Month of the Military Child. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the McAllen Independent School District to be affixed on this 13th day of April 2020, and it will be signed by myself, Larry Esparza, member of the Board of Trustees, and attested to by Conrado Alvarado, Secretary of the Board of Trustees, McAllen Independent School District. I want to thank all our veterans and their families, their veterans for all their service to our country, and for their families for all the sacrifice they do day in and day out for the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. I'll go ahead and continue. So yes, this evening we celebrate our military connected students, and we wear purple to show our support and thank our military children for their strength and sacrifices while their loved ones are serving our country. Purple indicates that all branches of the military are supported: Air Force Blue, Army Green, Navy Blue, Marine Red, and Coast Guard Blue. All these combined colors merge into a single color, the color purple. Here are a few pictures of our military connected students with their parents or relatives. So let's go ahead and get started with the first one. We have Mr. Ernesto Asensio from Sanchez Elementary with his daughter Maite and his nephew Javier. We also have Mr. Robert A. Eason from representing Perez Elementary with his children Ian and Eric. Continue with Miss Maria Galvan. She represents the U.S. Army, and here she is with her children Liam and Audrey, and they're from Sanchez. Miss Kaylee Ruiz, a ninth grader from MACA, sent us this picture of Mr. Gabriel Garza, who is serving in the Navy. Mr. Ernie Aliceda with his daughter Natalie Aliceda. This is a picture from, I believe, last year from Perez Elementary, and now, of course, Miss Natalie is at Morris. From Sanchez Elementary, Mr. Jorge Gonzalez with his children, Eric and Peyton. We also have Mr. Jose Rodriguez representing the U.S. Army with his daughter, Sarah Rodriguez. Mr. Nathaniel Perez from Sanchez Elementary with his children, Andrew and Natalie. Mr. Silva with his daughter, Miss Silva, and they represent Garza Elementary. And then representing Hendricks Elementary, Mr. Miguel Cimental with his family, Miss Ariana Cimental and his daughters, Michelle, Allison, and Mia. And then finally, Mr. Roshan Tate from Sanchez Elementary with his son, Christian Tate. So again, thank you for your service to our country, and thank you everybody for wearing purple this evening.
Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Farina, and a second by Mr. Vela. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0. Next item is 10D, approval proclamation regarding National Library Week. Dr. Gonzalez.
Okay, we need to jump back to 10C for the American Occupational Therapy Association.
I'm sorry, yes. Approval of 10C proclamation regarding Occupational Therapy Month. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The American Occupational Therapy Association has declared April as Occupational Therapy Month. Mr. Sam Saldivar Jr. will read the proclamation, and Dr. Ibarra will share a few pictures of a few of our dedicated occupational therapists. Mr. Saldivar.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you. Proclamations. State of Texas, County of Hidalgo, McAllen Independent School District. Whereas the American Occupational Therapy Association has declared the month of April 2019 to be known as Occupational Therapy Month. And whereas the profession of occupational therapy makes available contributions in helping people live life to its fullest after an illness or injury, and services are available to citizens of McAllen, Texas, through hospitals, home health agencies, clinics, nursing homes, and our schools. And whereas the health of our citizens and students depend upon the effective use of healthcare resources, including those services of occupational therapists and their assistants. Now, therefore, I, Sam Saldivar Jr., Vice President of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2020 be observed as Occupational Therapy Month. At this time, we urge all residents to recognize the opportunity McAllen Independent School District offers our students through our occupational therapists, and call upon all citizens to recognize the achievements and contributions of these valued health professionals. It is through their hard work and collaboration with our staff and students, with the support of their parents, and we contribute to the success of our youth, our students, and to the future of McAllen ISD. In witness thereof, we hereby set our hand and seal of the McAllen Independent School District to be affixed on this 13th day of April 2020, and it's signed by myself, or will be signed by myself, and it's been attested by our Board Secretary, Conrado Alvarado. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes our proclamation announcement.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
I'll move
Saldivar.
to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and then after we vote, we'll let Dr. Ibarra continue. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm going to assume it's a 7-0 decision. Dr. Ibarra?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Suarez. Yes, also we would like to take time to thank our occupational therapists for their specialized support and therapeutic services that they provide to our students with disabilities. We have 4 occupational therapists in our district that service our students, and so here they are. Servicing Memorial Vertical Team, we have Ms. Sandra Leal Bazan. Representing the Row Vertical Team, Michelle Gonzalez. From the McAllen Vertical Team, Lorraine Guzman. Patricia Reyes, serving the Row Vertical Team. And here's a picture of our 4 amazing occupational therapists. And once again, we thank them for their help, the services that they provide to our students to help them succeed both in school and in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibarra. We now proceed to 10D, approval proclamation regarding National Library Week. Dr. Gonzalez.
You might have stepped out for a minute, President Suarez.
You're on mute, Dr. Gonzalez.
Sorry about that, guys. Let me read that again. The American National Library Association was declared the week of April 19th through 25th as National Library Week. Mr. Conrado Alvarado will read the proclamation, and Dr. Ibarra will share a few pictures of our outstanding librarians. Mr. Alvarado.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Proclamation, State of Texas, County of Hidalgo, McAllen Independent School District. Whereas National Library Week is a national observation sponsored by the American Library Association, recognizing the importance of librarians and the contributions of importance of libraries and the contribution of librarians. And whereas McAllen ISD libraries will also join American Association of School Librarians in celebrating the month of April as School Library Month. And whereas throughout the month, McAllen ISD libraries will offer activities to highlight the various services that are offered to students and staff, including storytelling, information to improve reading skills, and information on how to use the internet to enhance their learning. Now, therefore, I, Conrado Alvarado, Secretary, Board of Trustees of McAllen Independent School District, do hereby proclaim that the week of April 19th through the 25th, 2020 be observed as National Library Week. I call upon all residents to join me and recognize the importance of our libraries and supporting our aims and goals. And when this whereof, I hereby set my seal and cause the Silver McAllen Independent School District to be affixed on this 13th day of April 2020 and is attested by Marco Suarez, our board president. Thank you.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Forina and a second by Mr. Saldiva. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Aye.
Okay, so we would like to take time to thank our amazing librarians for promoting literacy and always being supportive of
This whereof.
the evening. I have some pictures that I'd like to share. So here we have a picture of our, one of our libraries, as we can all understand and know that the libraries are the heart of every school. Librarians celebrate reading each and every day. Librarians also promote digital learning to enhance teaching and learning. Throughout our districts, librarians host literacy nights, and they work hard to provide literacy nights for their families. Librarians also support campus initiatives. As you can see from these pictures, they're involved in many campus initiatives. During this time, librarians continue to learn from each other and have meetings to support each other. So this is just a picture here of a meeting that they were having with Ms. Ann Vega and her team. So again, we thank them for their continued effort to support our students during this time. So once again, we remind you that from April 19th to 25th, 2020, we will be celebrating National Library Week. And again, thank you, librarians, for everything that you do to promote literacy and to support our students. Thank you.
Great job, and thanks to all of our librarians for their daily input. It's great seeing them all over social media, not only instructing the kids, but working with the kids as well, answering their questions and getting their AR points done.
Next item on the agenda is resolution of EIC, academic achievement, class rank. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Mrs. V will introduce the curriculum and instruction strategic design team, who will be giving an overview of the McAllen ISD distance learning guidelines of grading for spring 2020, effective March 23rd, 2020 through the first day of distance learning, and the proposed McAllen ISD ranking procedures due to distance learning for spring 2020. And last, for your review and action, is a resolution of the board regarding policy EIC local academic achievement class ranking updated July 10th, 2013. And administration will be recommending action on this item. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Bridget B.
Good evening. Good evening, President Suarez, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gonzalez. The CNI Strategic Design Team is a 35-member team serving as the advisory committee to inform and recommend to the superintendent items regarding instructional matters. March 13th, this team began the adjustments to guidelines for grading and ranking procedures because of remote distance learning would require different procedures. This team is comprised of McAllen ISD's high school principals, deans, master schedulers, college specialists, registrars, instructional service directors, secondary content coordinators, student operation administrators, Dr. Ibarra, and myself. Presenting the first overview tonight for the guidelines for grading for spring 2020 are the CNI team members, Ms. Bechtold, Master Scheduler at Memorial, Jody Pena, Lead Counselor at McAllen High School, Ruben Macias, Dean at Rowe High School, Eddie Lopez, Lamar Academy College Admission College Specialist. Ms. Bechtold will begin.
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. V. All right, we're going to start with an overview of the 2019-2020 academic calendar. So if we can get that up there, and I apologize. Okay, you can see. So if we look at the 2019-2020 academic calendar, everything in yellow was face-to-face direct instruction, and everything in blue was represented with the distance learning. So if we look at the 2019 portion of it, everything was classroom face-to-face. On the 2020 side of it, for the second semester, in looking at the fourth 6 weeks, which began January 7th and ended February 21st, the entirety of the fourth 6 weeks was spent in the classroom. When we look at the fifth 6 weeks, that's when we enter this hybrid model, where half of the 6 weeks was done through face-to-face instruction from February 24th through March 12th, and the second half of the 6 weeks from March 23rd through the adjusted calendar date of Friday, April 10th was done through distance learning. As far as the 6 weeks goes, the first half of it, today being the first day, April 13th, through we know for sure May 1st will be distance learning, and the second half is yet to be determined. So because we have this hybrid model for semester 2, we have to come up with new strategies for grading. So effective March 23rd, the district released the McAllen ISD Distance Learning Guidelines for Grading 2020. In the fourth 6 weeks, teachers were required to issue a minimum of 3 major grades and 4 minor grades. When we look at the fifth 6 weeks, that was our hybrid, where the first half is at least 1 major and 2 minor, which is what was required before progress reports. And then the second half of the fifth 6 weeks is when we moved into distance learning and 1 minor was required. As we look at the sixth 6 weeks, we were planning for distance learning when we released this, so we also were requiring at least 1 minor grade per week. Because of this hybrid in the second semester, we were looking at a pass-fail model for students as far as grading goes, their overall semester grade. So let's take a look at a secondary report card. What does that look like for students? Well, the first half of it in the first semester looks the same as it always has. Grade column 1, 2, 3, numerical, E1, first semester exams, S1 semester 1 average. Column 04, 05, and 06 are the 6 weeks grades, which are also numerical. We will not be administering a second semester exam. So under E2, an A. Under S2, that's where the grade is reflected for the second semester of a P for pass or an F for fail. And because the first semester was direct instruction and the second semester was a hybrid of distance learning and direct instruction, we are unable to combine the 2 semesters for a final grade. This year, they will be standalone semesters. So S1, S2, therefore our final grade then is also an NA because we can't average the 2 semesters together. For a look at elementary and secondary, Mr. Macias.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to give you, for allowing me to give you a brief overview of a sample report card for a middle and elementary school student. Ms. Allen, if you could pull up. Oh, thank you. For a middle school student, we will continue with a numerical grade for each class for the school year. Please keep in mind the first, second, third, and fourth 6 weeks grades were determined through campus-based learning. The 5th and 6th weeks were determined through distance learning. Due to distance learning, the second semester, 4 through 6 weeks, will be averaged for a grade and given a pass-fail for the semester. The example on your screen shows a pass-fail under semester 2. For the purposes of promotion, students will receive a final yearly average grade. Again, on your screen, the example shows a numerical grade under final. Students who receive a final yearly average grade of 69 or below will have the opportunity to be promoted by passing a CBE or successfully completing summer school. For an elementary school student, we will follow the same format as middle school. Again, the 5th and 6th 6 weeks were determined through distance learning. Therefore, the second semester will also be averaged for a grade and students given a pass-fail for the semester. The example on your screen shows a pass-fail under semester 2. For the purposes of promotion, students will receive a final yearly average grade. Again, on your screen, the elementary example shows a numerical grade under year average. Students who receive a final yearly average grade of 69 or below will have the opportunity to be promoted by passing a CBE or successfully completing summer school. Again, that's for promotional purposes only. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Jody Peña, lead counselor at McAllen High School.
Hello, good evening, board members, Dr. Gonzalez, and all invited guests. I'm Jody Peña, lead counselor for McAllen High School, and wanted to let you know that since MISD has moved to distance learning format, one of the big questions that students and families have had is what will the impact of receiving this pass-fail grade be on a transcript? So at this time, we should be showing you a transcript on the screen. This is an official academic record. This is a sample student. Names have been deleted, although you can't see that. So what we want to do is pull down a little bit so you can see that semester 1 and semester 2 are listed there. As Ms. Bechtold mentioned, semester 2 grades, 5th and 6th weeks, will be posted on a grade report, but for the transcript purposes, you will only see a P under semester 2. Afterwards, you will see that the full credit on the far right side, which is under the CR, will show you a full credit. I want to also mention to everyone that it is not uncommon for us to see P's or F's on grades. We do every now and then receive them from out-of-state institutions, even in-state schools, as well as private schools that will list that. And in all cases, they are not included in the rank because of board policy. And then if you look at the very bottom, the 25, so all of those will be calculated into the total number of credits at the very bottom. Okay, so our college admissions and scholarship specialists have been receiving a lot of correspondence from universities from across the state and nation that will hopefully alleviate these concerns regarding districts adopting this pass-fail policy. Eddie Lopez, the lead counselor, college specialist at IB, will give us an overview of the district's philosophy regarding the adopting of this pass-fail assessment. He's going to highlight the official correspondence from select universities regarding evolving changes in the district guidelines, grading guidelines, and provide you with analysis to show our stakeholders that the temporary guidelines and proposed ranking policy procedures that we have put in place here at McAllen ISD will not negatively impact the future admissions. With that, I'll give you Eddie Lopez. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees, and thank you, Ms. Pena, for that introduction. My name is Eduardo Lopez Jr. I am the lead counselor and also serving in the roles of college admissions specialist for Lamar Academy. Earlier, Jody, Ms. Pena went ahead and showed a transcript that showed a P. You know, my part of this presentation is to really show the story behind the P. So I'm going to share with you my screen now. And we're going to see some documents that I want to present to the Board of Trustees that support this idea that the assessment of a pass or a fail will not negatively impact a student for college admissions. Let me just see. Just pause for the delay. Okay, I believe at this moment you should be able to be seeing my screen. And if done correctly, you could see me and then a little bit of the document that I want to refer to. So earlier again, Ms. Pena showed that there was a P on the student's academic transcript. That P is a symbol, but also a symbol with a story. And in our district, our goal is to educate all students to become lifelong learners and productive citizens in a global society. And with that goal in mind, we hold our faculty and students to a high standard of excellence. That's taken from our mission and vision statement. And then with the health epidemic and pandemic with COVID-19, that disruption has changed the infrastructure of the family dynamic economically, has had employees and mental health experts really think outside the box regarding mental health and social distancing. And then also understanding that due to technological constraints, that's also been another factor that's been addressed and impacted by COVID-19. So as a district, we strive to keep academic standards very high. And the focus has always been on the students, but with equity in mind, the philosophy of pass-fail is sitting at the core of what we hold dear to ourselves, which is our students and the education and their future goals. So with that philosophy in mind, we now have a P or an F on the transcript. So how are universities addressing that pass-fail metric? So like Ms. Pena said, a lot of universities have been reaching out to college counselors and been giving us counseling updates. This is coming from DePaul University, a very big university, private university in Chicago, one of the biggest private universities for Catholic education. And they send counseling updates with respect to talking points for our students and parents. And they've clearly indicated pass-fail grades. So they understand families are getting anxious, that they may be receiving an assessment of pass or fail. But again, they say, please rest assured that they're going to accept final transcripts with pass-fail metrics. And that's coming from the Dean of Undergraduate Admissions. With the University of Texas at Austin, that was one of the first public flagships of the state of Texas to reach out to counselors immediately. This is coming from Dr. Miguel Wojciechowski. He's very, very, very worded in his email. His wife's a high school counselor, so she's definitely, letting him know the concerns of what's going on, especially for a school like UT. But in this correspondence, they state pass, fail, and no credit grades. So again, they're coming from a point of understanding that districts all around the nation are implementing, diverse and amended grading policies like pass, fail. And UT is saying that they understand that the spring experience is more challenging than they've been anticipating. Therefore, we will not penalize students for a pass, fail, or a credit, no credit format for spring 2020. And through our virtual meetings, and since, the beginning of last week, I've been getting more and more and more correspondence, official correspondence, and reaching out to universities, admission representatives via email. And the overwhelming consensus is if a district decides and showcases a pass or a fail on an academic transcript, having the pass will not negatively impact college admissions for matriculating seniors or future admitted classes. And with that analysis, I want to give it back to Ms. V, and I will stop sharing my screen.
All right, so we'll continue with our overview, and our second area that we want to give you an overview on is our ranking procedures. And we will begin with Ms. Jeanette Nino, our Lamar Academy principal. Ms. Nino?
Thank you, Mrs. V, and good evening, President Suarez, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gonzalez, and all guests who are logged on here today. At this time, I'd like to share the proposed ranking procedure adjustments. EIC Local excludes pass or fail grades earned in a course and for courses taken online or via distance learning. Distance learning for McAllen ISD was initiated on Monday, March 23rd for the second half of the 5th 6 weeks and is continuing as we begin the 6th 6 weeks today. The ranking adjustment proposal for spring 2020 semester is to include the campus-based instruction of 4 to 6 weeks 2020 coursework and exclude the 5th and 6th 6 weeks of 2020 distance learning, those grading periods from calculation of GPA. And at this time, I'd like to share my screen to reference a document that has been provided for you. So on this document here, again, our EIC local goes into the calculation and exclusions. And with this, the next rank that would need to be released is the top 10% of the senior class. And included in your documents also, it would be referencing the bottom part here and releasing the top 10% of the senior class, which finalizes the valedictorian and salutatorian. This rank will include the campus-based instruction of the 4 to 6 weeks coursework and exclude the 5th and 6th weeks distance learning grading periods from calculation. The next rank that would need to be released is the end of 11th grade, which is the release 1 of 2, which would be released the last week of June 2020. This rank will include the campus-based instruction of the 4 to 6 weeks coursework 2020 and exclude the 5th, 6th, and 6th 6 weeks of distance learning grading periods from calculation. The next rank that would need to be released is the end of the 11th grade release 2 of 2, which will be released the last week of September 2020. This rank will include the campus-based instruction of the 4 to 6 weeks coursework 2020 and exclude the 5th and 6th 6 weeks distance learning grading periods from the calculation. And as you may see on the document here, the same formula of including the campus-based instruction of the 4 to 6 weeks coursework 2020 and excluding the 5th and 6th 6 weeks distance learning grading periods 2020 from calculation will be applied. And at this time, I would like to, I'll stop sharing my screen at this time, and I appreciate the time you've allowed me to present. I'd like to introduce Mr. Albert Gonzalez, principal at McAllen High School, to share additional documents regarding distance learning during the 5th and 6th 6 weeks of spring 2020.
Hello, good evening, President Suarez, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gonzalez, and community members who are here today with us and students. William Greer earlier spoke very eloquently on this topic I'm going to talk to you about. So earlier, right when we took off for distance learning, our teachers were sending out messages to our students, and one of the assignments that they gave them was a COVID activity, right? So they asked them, how can teenagers protect their mental health during the COVID-19? So the activity had students go onto a website and answer some questions and then reflect upon that. And I want to share with you a student's reflection that was given to us at the campus. So here it is. It has been almost 3 weeks of school being canceled due to COVID-19 and also being officially quarantined. I honestly miss school a lot. And now that my senior year is probably basically over, makes me quite sad. Since I am the oldest in my mom's right hand and have many responsibilities around the house, such as cleaning, cooking, etc., school is my escape from home. But now I feel trapped and I feel like my head's about to explode. My mom doesn't really know much about how technology works. I have 3 younger sisters that attend school as well. And since my mom doesn't know how to even work a cell phone, I have been the one helping her access to work online, assisting them with their work, talking with their teachers, and basically being mom. It has honestly been very stressful and has taken a toll on me mentally and even physically. By the time I finish helping my sister starting from 7 in the morning, it is usually around 3 or 4 that I barely get a chance to take a shower. I wish things would just go back to normal already. When you read the student's letter that was given, that's just one aspect of one child at McAllen High School, but we know there's many more at all of our comprehensive high schools, at IB and Lamar Academy and Achieve Early College. When you look at the dynamics of the situation that COVID has caused us, we definitely want to look at equity and what we can do to be equitable for all students. We know that this COVID-19 is impacting everybody, whether you're socioeconomically disadvantaged or whether you're not socioeconomically disadvantaged. But one thing we know for certain is that the first 6 weeks, the second 6 weeks, the third 6 weeks, and the fourth 6 weeks, our students were either in front of a computer with a teacher, in a classroom setting, available for counseling if they needed it, available with our teachers if they needed it, and just want to leave you with that. So with that being said, I want to turn it back over to Mrs. V.
Mr. Canales, I'm going to ask that you also display the chart that gathered the data from the high schools on how many students are participating. If that chart could be displayed.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So when you look at this chart, right, you look at the disparities in our students. Well, let's just look at Mac High, for example. So you have a total of 524 12th graders, and right now you have about 400 participating. Now, this data was collected by teachers as well as students inputting their stuff online to us. So some of this right now we know has increased already a little bit with students getting their Chromebooks and devices. But if you can look at those numbers there, for example, look at 11th grade, 506 to 371, 10th grade, 582 to 418. We know that students right now are having a very difficult time. And when you talk to them, a lot of them are barely getting the internet service provided by Spectrum, which I'm sure was behind due to hundreds of thousands of people wanting internet at this time. But those are the things that we have to look at as a campus and as a district to make sure that we provide at least equity for all of our students that are able to participate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. And board members, as promised in briefing, we will send this chart. It was just probably finished as of just a couple of hours ago, and we wanted to make sure that the data we were giving you was accurate. The last part of this presentation before we open up for questions for you is just actually the action item at hand. And let me share that screen with you, please. One moment, please, as I go to that item. Okay. All right, so this is the proposed action item, which is a resolution of the board regarding the same EIC local policy that we've been discussing regarding class ranking. And as you know very well, in that ranking, in that EIC ranking section, it has exclusions that excludes calculations for distance learning or pass-fail courses. And so because of that, this resolution is worded to exclude the 5th and 6th 6 weeks of the spring 2020 from the senior rank, the junior rank, the sophomore, and the freshman rank. And that would be including the 4th 6 weeks for the spring semester, excluding the 5th and 6th weeks of the spring semester. And so that is the resolution before you. Again, here is just those EIC local. This is the EIC local where the necessity to adjust this current ranking procedure due to distance learning became necessary. This is EIC local that was as of 2013, and this has the calculations of class excluding work from pass-fail grades assigned, summer school, CBEs, or distance learning. And also this is where it talks about for the top 10%, the next rank necessary, where it becomes necessary. The normal practice was for the top 10% to have their 4th 6 weeks work put into the calculation, their 5th 6 weeks work put into the calculation, and then an average of the 4th and 5th 6 weeks goes into the 6th 6 weeks, and that became the calculation of the top 10% of the senior class which was the final determination of Val and Sal. With this resolution, that adjusts that work, and it has it include the fourth 6 weeks only, because the fifth and sixth 6 weeks will be distance learning, and that is excluded in the policy. With that, board members, I will open this up for you to ask questions of any of us regarding the pass-fail grading guidelines, the ranking procedures that are being proposed for the spring, or anything in your resolution.
Okay, and just for clarity, and just to make sure that everybody gets a turn, I'm going to start by seating arrangements. And at the end, when we finish the seating arrangement, if anybody else has an additional question they could ask, but just to have some formality here. So I'm going to start from the left side. I'm going to start with Mr. Danny Vela. Trustee Vela, is there a question that you have now, or do you want to opt out and ask it later?
I'll start with a question, and I'll make him later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Ms. V, have we had any kind of guidance from TEA as to what they recommend we do with this item? And do you know of any kind of survey that's done statewide and may include other school districts to see what they're doing with this? And I'll pass the mic. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Would I be answering that question now, President Suarez?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay. If I may share my screen once again, in the guidance that we received, Mr. Vela, was in this guidance practice. We have daily calls, or we did right when COVID-19 began, and we are with the commissioner of the state of Texas, and he began these 3 o'clock conference calls with all superintendents across Texas, and he did that for an hour. There's a TEA COVID-19 website that has all of the guidelines and suggestions for districts to proceed with. This is one of the big ones that they gave us regarding ranking.
A follow-up.
Okay.
So all school districts are following the same guidance? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
And what I have here, and this was something that was shared with us. It comes from TASB Policy Service, and it's regarding grading, graduation, and class rank COVID-19 FAQs. And this is on their site, and it has question answers. And this was also included in the file, and it is on a website. It's public information for anyone to go to the TEA COVID-19 website where this guidance is filed. And if you see this last question regarding, our district wants to ensure that designation of local graduation honors, including Val and Sal, remain fair and consistent while the district is engaged in distance learning for continuity of instruction. May we temporarily adjust EIC local to revise the calculation to exclude grades earned during distance learning? And the answer is there that it's up to the district. If the district would like to temporarily adjust EIC local, we recommend revising the local policy through a board adopted resolution. And they go on to say, we've received multiple inquiries from districts about making temporary adjustments regarding determination of local graduation honors. For example, a district that normally determines local graduation honors based on grades available at the end of the 5th 6 weeks would choose to do this only with only the 4th 6 weeks. They went on to give us a sample resolution that we could use. Here was the rest of that answer. To assist districts that wish to temporarily revise provisions on determining local graduation honor, we have included a sample resolution. And that sample resolution was here, and that was then written into the resolution that we have presented to you, the board members, tonight. we took this exact resolution and we went to TASB Policy Service, and Dr. Rivada and myself, we reviewed it all and they worded and approved it. And then Dr. Rivada was able to talk with TASB Legal to review our resolution once again.
Okay, final question. Do you know how many school districts have already adopted this policy?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm done.
I guess since I normally sit next to Mr. Vela, I will jump in with the next set of questions. In addressing Mr. Canales' concerns on disparity, have we made an effort to reach out to those students that we obviously can see are not participating in the distance learning programs? Hello?
Mr. Canales?
Or
What do you
any
know?
other principal, that's
Look, since I'm wearing Albert's shirt color, go ahead and jump in. On a daily basis, we do contact parents and students through all available methods, whether that's Remind, or we have the staff that are making calls every day, and even to the point where we actually go and visit the student to see if there's anything else we can do. But we are providing the hotspots for the students. Albert provides the hotspots for the students also that are not able to connect. But getting a hold of some, for example, 2 of them were in Mexico, my students. So they managed eventually to be able to get internet access in Mexico. But the communication is happening on a daily basis.
Okay, so we do have communication going out to these students that we know are not participating. You did mention that we are providing hotspots for students, and we do know that Spectrum has opened up and said, here's the Wi-Fi available for the students of McAllen, right?
Yes, and we put that notice out to students. Albert does it through newsletters, as do I, and all through Twitter. We send out as much information and through the Skyward access or message sent to parents. So we're doing everything we can to get a hold of these parents and students that are not able or are not connecting right now. But mostly, like I said, there's the people that's my dog. She's out here.
you gotta feed them every now and then.
Later, she's on a diet. So we do, and for most of them, it's a phone that we need to get a hold of them through to get to them.
Okay, so there is effort being made to reach out to these students and say, we are still continuing school. You are not on an extended spring break. The school year has not wrapped up. You still have assignments that you need to do in order to complete your necessary grading procedures. Although for the 5th and 6th weeks, we know that it's going to be different.
Yes, that's what we're doing, and every call is being documented in Skyward as far as Chi. So I'm sure the rest of the schools are doing the same. So documentation is being down and
all right, thank you, Ramon. My next question is for Mr. I want to find out how the students at Lamar Academy are holding up. As you know, we had an open comment earlier, and we were addressed by quite a few of the students at that particular school. What are we doing to get the message to them as to how the new policy grading procedures are going to be held up? All right. Well,
you might be on mute.
She's on there. She's on mute.
Excuse me, Trustee Farina, if you don't mind, do you mind just saying the question again? I think there were some delays and some audio glitching.
I'm trying to figure out if we're relaying the message. Is it a consistent message that we're sending out from our comprehensive high schools? Are you getting that at the IB Academy?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Farina, and to answer your question, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, for helping me with that there. We are sending out information. What we've done at Lamar Academy is we have counselors, we have clerks, we have teachers contacting students, and what we've also wanted to do is also not overwhelm families because getting 6 or 8 phone calls a day can be a little overwhelming considering their circumstances. So what our
Right.
counselor has done in collaboration with our leadership team and with teachers all together is saying we're collecting a list of students by day who have you not heard from. And this is for IB, and we're also replicating the same system for our option students. So if we see Jeanette Nino's name coming up for every single subject, then we immediately make contact, but instead of having 6 to 8 different teachers calling, we're making one point of contact. And a lot of the times there's a lot of challenges going on in the family right now. So then teachers are just made aware, work with our students. If it's a technology issue, I'm very proud to say our district is offering hotspots through some grants that Ms. Benavides shared with us at our principals meeting this last week about getting an additional 600. So I believe there was 1,200 hotspots available just from our district, not including the hotspots from the city that they're providing. And they're able to use that for 1 or 2 years of service. So we want to make sure that it's also a family support of how we're networking with our families. At our campus, we're also trying to find multiple ways of just getting out a lot of information. So we're using Phoenix Central for students and families in English and Spanish to connect with multiple information, but specifically gaps or disparities and challenges for our families. We are working so that we also don't overwhelm families from knowing that there is a difficult situation, and we kind of just help from one point of contact and getting it all done. And our social worker has also been amazing at supporting us with being that contact, that next step of working together with the DOT to get us those Wi-Fi spots if internet is the issue. Thank you, sir.
Awesome, Ms. Nino. Thank you for your input. Mr. Suarez, that's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Next person is Mr. Conrado Ito Alvarado.
Thank you, Trustee Suarez. Just a comment, just proud of the school district for all the efforts that we've done to pivot from this unfortunate situation, to go to distant learning. There was a little bit of a transition, but our district has handled it very well. Our teachers are worked very hard. I know there might be a misconception that they're not working hard, but we all know that they are. A lot of phone calls being made. There's a lot of help, a lot of assistance. So I appreciate that. And our students continue to work hard. So I'm just extremely proud of everyone and the commitment to the district move forward. There are some issues, that we as a district can hopefully continue to address. One, not having Wi-Fi for all our students, but I know as a district in the city, we're gonna move on that. So the matter of hand is, how do we handle the grading policy? And I have no issue with the policies that we're following or what's being proposed, because it is following our own policy that we set forth in McAllen ISD. I just want to clarify just a couple points. One, on the 4-6 weeks, the grades, the reason that's being carried over for a grade point average, because the 5th and 6th weeks are a pass fail, and we need grades in order for rankings and for I guess for rankings, I guess is the best is the explanation. Is that correct, Ms. V or Dr. Gonzalez, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. So it's 2 things in high school. The 4th, the 5th, and the 6th 6 weeks, we have chosen to give numerical grades to represent the credit that the kids are acquiring. The average of the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th 6 weeks numerical grades that they get in their classes will, if it's 70 or above, it will be a P for pass on the semester average. If it's 69 and below, it will be an F for fail. And there's also the liberty that we have and that we will be using to put an I for incomplete for the kids that are missing. And that's regarding credit. As for the rank, that's a separate issue, and it is the calculations that we're following by EIC local that excludes distance learning and or pass-fail courses. Therefore, our recommendation is to exclude the 5th and 6th 6 weeks of the spring and only allow for the spring semester the 4th 6 weeks.
Oh, so let me ask it to you this way, and I appreciate that answer. if we were to exclude the 4-6 week, which helps more? Which helps the students? Excluding them or including? In other words, make the 4-6 week pass or fail, or giving them a grade. Which is better for our students?
Well, good for our students, because we need to take care of all students, is to have the pass-fail on the semester average for the credit. And that keeps us equitable, and we'll be able to take care of all of our incompletes and work on that once we're allowed to return to our schools and be face-to-face with our kids again. As far as the ranking is like you heard the kids propose. The ranking could be that we only calculate the fall semester and not include the 4-6 weeks at all, or we could include the 4-6 weeks for 100% credit what they did, or we could have the 4-6 weeks with partial calculation of what they did. And so the recommendation that we are doing is the recommendation to include the 4-6 weeks, and this is why. In the spring semester, there are courses like economics. It's a course only taken in the spring. There's courses like calculus. It's BC calculus. That's only taken in the spring. There's courses, there's all the core courses like English 4, chemistry, all of the core courses. We have a English 4A, which is the fall semester, and then we have an English 4B, which is the spring semester. So all of our courses are standalone courses for half a credit in the spring. To be able to let a calculation include the 4-6 weeks because of those standalone courses, we believe is valuable for the students in the future. It would calculate and give them full credit of a course that they are doing an entire course are. They are doing the 4-6 weeks, they are doing the 5th, and they are doing the 6th. So we believe that the best for our kids is to recommend the 4-6 weeks for the spring semester as the ranking calculation for full weight.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. Trustee Suarez, I'm having communication issues. In case you can't hear me, I will be voting in favor of the what's being recommended.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll get to that in a little bit. Okay. The next person that sits to the left of me is Mr. Trustee Sam Saliva.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate everyone's time and effort, both from the administration, the board, in our discussions when this was being discussed on one-on-one by the administration, and sometimes two-on-one, and the community as a whole for their input. And definitely the students today, the courage that they brought and demonstrated coming together and using the distance virtual application is challenging in and of itself, but they all did very well in doing their points that they wanted the board to consider in our deliberation and our decision making. But to the question here, all members that participated in presenting this to the board, do all of you agree 100% with the recommendation that's being made? You all have spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of discussion, a lot of collaboration. You were chosen to come before this board and present the case. Do you all stand with this recommendation?
Mr. Salivar, who would you like answering that question?
Everyone that presented, including the principals that spoke.
Yes, sir.
You can do a roll call if you'd like.
All right, so we can begin with the first person who spoke, which was Rebecca Bechtold. Ms. Bechtold, could you mic on and camera on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
agree?
Yes, sir. I agree with the resolution.
Okay.
Any apprehensions at all?
No, sir. I originally did when we were looking at it. However, I'm a numbers person, and I went through and I ran a grade report. You know, the heart of me said, maybe kids do better at the end of the semester. Maybe, because we hear, and as parents, you always have that last ditch effort to do better in 6 weeks, to do better in six weeks. And so I went through and I ran the numbers and I looked at true historical data for 2018 and 2019. And what I found was in 2018 for our Memorial students, Memorial High School, because those are the ones I have access to, their grade actually went down 0.4. Like I averaged them all out. I took all the average of the right courses, and in 6 weeks 4, the average was 80.8 for all of those courses that counted. At semester, the average was 80.4. So when I looked at it holistically for all of our students, their GPA went down. When I looked at 2019 grades, it went up, but it went up from 80.9 to 81.1. So it went up 0.2%. So really there was a bigger drop in 2018 than there was a gain in 2019. So looking at it this 4th 6 weeks, I do stand behind it, sir. Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation. Mrs. B.
All right, so we'll continue with who presented our next person. Our next person that spoke was, if you can come to the mic.
Yeah, I believe it was me, ma'am, Mr. Macias.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Saldivar, in this design team, there's a wealth of experience and knowledgeable people on this team, and I'm new to this design team, and so when they were sharing a lot of the recommendations from TEA, the recommendations that we were making to each other, I was taking it in. I also had a lot of questions, just like you did. But like many of us who are still not knowledgeable with the terminology, with the formats, they were very good at explaining it to me, almost guiding my hand per se, and explaining it to me like a 5-year-old. And once they did, once I understood the benefits for the students all around, given the circumstances that we're in, I'm 100% as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that insight.
Next, Ms. Jody Pena.
Yes, hi, Mr. Saldivar. I agree with what Mr. Macias mentioned, is that there was a lot of groupthink here of very knowledgeable people. And I know that at the end of the day, we may not always agree. We might have some slight differences of opinion. But at the end of the day, I think that we all come together and agree that if this is what the group as a whole believes, then we're going to wholeheartedly support it. And because of that, I feel very confident that should a parent or student come and speak to us, I can stand behind what we've decided on.
Thank you. I really appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
All right, and then we would, Eddie Lopez.
Yes, Board Trustees. Yes, I do fully stand before the resolution as it's current written under its current language. Again, just to echo all the hard work everyone in this team has done, with all these obstacles, doing it virtually, presenting a lot of time and a lot of hours and a lot of thoughts going into this. So yes, my answer is yes.
All right, and then Jeanette Nino.
Yes, good evening, Trustee Saldivar. And to answer your question, just to echo what Mrs. V had said, there are students across the spectrum that started a 1-year class in the spring semester. And I think about those students that, they are wanting to get the opportunity of having that 4 to 6 weeks count. And so again, I'm very appreciative of a very collaborative team. And there's many of us as part of that. It's a privilege to speak on our behalf as principals, but I definitely stand by that. And I stand by my students to give them that opportunity, that measurement of that 4 to 6 weeks. Whether they're taking forensic science as a science credit for graduation, or they're taking IB math, the diploma level of analysis of applications starting spring semester, or they're taking AP economics. So I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Albert Canales. Albert Canales. We'll skip over to Monica Kaufman.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Trustee Sam Saldivar. And to answer your question, I'm going to just say that, yes, I do support this resolution. We spent a lot of time, a lot of endless hours looking at one way, taking it to the other way, and then just looking at it. And once running the numbers, we did find that, not really running the numbers, but trying to look at all the different scenarios, there's to accept a student's 4 to 6 weeks work and what they put in, we thought was very fair. So I'm in agreement and I will support this decision.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Albert Canales, are you back on now?
Works now. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For some reason it wasn't working. I apologize for that. Yes, I agree with the team and what they've come up with. One thing we looked at also was, and I've gotten calls, both ways, right, is for the kids that are working the 4th, the 5th, and the 6 weeks, a lot of kids are still working, AP kids, dual kids, all kids, but they're still working towards their AP test. They're still working towards their dual test. So we know those kids are still working hard as they go through the 5th and 6 weeks, even if it's through the distance learning piece. So I agree with what the team is recommending to you and Dr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Avadas from Memorial High School, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm 100% on this. I mean, I'm pretty challenging when it comes to these kind of things. So we did question a lot of things as a parent as well in the district, and having kids go through this district and having students in IB and being the high school principal of Memorial and a lot of people looking for the right answers. This community of and this group of people, I mean, we just really worked it out to be in consensus with what we're presenting tonight. So I am in agreement with it. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carmona.
Mr. Salvi, but I'll make it easy on you. I agree with it. My students, they are putting the work forward, as Mr. Canales said, and they deserve the credit they're working on. So I agree with it, sir.
Thank you. And I know I took a little bit of time and I put some of you on the spot, and for that I apologize, but I think it's important for me to know what this body of work was and where everybody fell in, what their thought was, and that they firmly believe in it or not. And so the next question I have is, will taking this action by allowing the 4th 6 weeks, as I understand it, it gives them credit for this semester, that if we don't include the 4th 6 weeks, then there is no course credit for this semester? Or am I misunderstanding that?
What happens is that yes, and kind of no. The 4th 6 weeks, the 5th 6 weeks, and the 6th 6 weeks are getting numerical numbers, and the average of the 4th through the 6th, if it's a 70 or above, will receive the pass, incomplete, or fail on the transcript for their credit. So their credit will be calculated. Separate is the ranking, what we will calculate and how much we will calculate it for. So the recommendation in recommending the 4th 6 weeks be calculated for the full points, that is a separate issue. But yes, there's something to what you're saying as far as possibly in the future, if our kids were being able to show, if our kids were showing their ranks and their courses that ranked, our kids in this spring semester would have representation of that calculus AB that they took, or calculus BC, I'm sorry, that they took, or government or economic, all of their spring work in the calculations of rank, because we're including the 4 6 weeks, would be seen. And then the matter of what the students said earlier, which I just really applaud them in the courage it takes, and they speak so well. Their concern, and I feel for them, they have a concern that if their 4 6 weeks has all counts as the semester calculation. They have fear that that would be very detrimental to their rank. But in what Rebecca Bechtold explained, and I think as we let these kids be with their schedulers at their campuses, they'd be able to show how those calculations work out for them.
Now, there are some districts that chose not to do this. They stopped. They stopped the whole second semester, including the fourth semester. So on the transcripts that those students would have, and when I'm not going to name names, when they put that transcript to go to a college or university, it's not going to show a grade for that course in the second semester of their senior year, if this is their senior year. Or am
Yes,
I
sir.
misreading?
Yes, sir. Their transcript would show the course that they took for the spring, and it would show a pass or a fail if they went with the pass-fail number. However, the calculations for the rank would not include for that kind of district that's excluding the 4-6 weeks. They would never see calculations of that course that they got a pass for because they're omitting the weight of the entire spring semester.
If we do nothing in this resolution, we would revert to the policy as it stands right now, which would not give any credit for 5th and 6th because it's all distance learning, correct?
That's right.
And it would give it for the 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything different than that we're getting by the resolution regarding that? And that is only for giving credit for the entire semester, for the spring semester, for the 4th being the bigger weight of that grade for the semester.
In the EIC local, you're right. It directs us to exclude the 5th and 6th 6 weeks because of distance learning. However, in the top 10% rank that we still have to do to name the Bal and Sal, we do have to, in resolution, adjust the procedure, because in that EIC local, it specifically says to take the 4th 6 weeks, the 5th 6 weeks, and then get the 4th and 5th and make it the 6th 6 weeks. So we must temporarily adjust the resolution somehow. I mean, that's your decision how the resolution reads, but we must have a temporary adjustment to the spring 2020 so that we can run those ranks and the future ranks.
So when our students go to college and we were to pass this resolution, and that grade is going to show there when they peel back the pass to see that they actually did complete a full 7 weeks of hard work and instruction, and they got a grade, and they're going to get the weight of that, and they're in the if they're in advanced class, the full weight, that's going to show on their transcript the grade they received, not the weight, but the grade they received for this second semester on that transcript going to their college. Is that correct?
It will show a weighted calculation that for the spring semester, we would have a weighted calculation on the GPA for the spring semester of 2020. And then, but on the transcript, it would say a pass or a fail. But we would have weighted GPA calculations included in ours.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that we've discussed this with Texas Association of School Boards, both their policy services and legal, and that legal's also discussed it with Texas Association, Texas Education Agency, and the super's been on conference calls with the commissioner since pretty much the day of or the day before we went into spring break, which would have been that Friday before Saturday. So that's been the case so far, correct? In our interaction with others in this.
Yes, sir.
All right, and in that we also got information from our colleges and universities, namely the two big ones our students are most concerned about, which is University of Texas Austin and Texas A&M and College Station, because their percentage that they take, they get a whole lot more applicants and then they're able to take of 10% or 8%, whatever their formula is for those campuses, right?
Yes, sir.
So we've gotten information from them that what we're going to do is not going to put anybody in harm's way, either this year or next year.
Yes, sir.
We got that in writing, and all schools that are going through this are getting similar information from these institutions.
Yes, that's what we hope that the presentation from Eddie Lopez was helping us see on that. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is there anything that I need to ask, or should I ask to clarify on the questions I've asked that you want to clarify a little bit, or to go back and answer again, or get a second shot at?
No, sir, unless it's necessary for me to clarify anything. We could also, when we're talking about the admissions that the colleges are looking for, I know Mr. Lopez represented our team on The Voice on all of the research regarding the pass-fail on the transcripts. And he has lots of documentation that he showed us tonight that the colleges are not going to, that is not going to hurt our students, not our seniors, nor our juniors or the younger cohorts because of the pandemic semester of spring 2020. What happens in the future what happens in the future for how they have these kids compete with each other, how they look at their rank, if they're looking at that, that's yet to be seen on that. Mr. Lopez, are you to where you can mic on?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything to add besides the pass-fail with the automatic admission with the colleges for our juniors?
Absolutely. Are you guys able to see me right now? Yes, just to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah, so with respect to college admissions and automatic admissions, districts all over the nation, if they're a private district, if they're a public district, they are making these decisions right now. There are so many ISDs and so many schools across America. That also means there's so many grading scales across America. A lot of ISDs have gone from their origination. They've gone pass-fail. Some schools, some private boarding schools go pass-fail. Public charters go pass-fail. So for them, this pandemic in terms of assessment is not necessarily an issue because that's their standard operating procedure. With respect to districts like us that we have numericals and we're thinking about amending it to a pass-fail policy or to showcase a pass-fail on an academic achievement record, as college counselors, when we found out that McAllen ISD is promoting a pass-fail on the student's academic achievement record, for us it was standard operating procedure on how we move forward with universities. This is a dynamic that requires no more than an hour of collaboration between our awesome college and counselors throughout the district, and then just putting together some talking points for the students. This wasn't an issue in terms of our world. Whatever the resolution holds after tonight, we plan to meet with our students to talk about, what does pass-fail look like on a transcript? What does pass-fail look like for college admissions? There's two things going on in admissions right now for undergrads, and I promise, I could talk about this all night, but I will be very, very, very short and brief. There's two things going on with admissions. Number one, what do they do with the students that they've already accepted and they need them to matriculate to, develop that type of incoming class from private to public? How do we deal with orientation that was once in person and now is online? How do we do with visitation days to come check out the university and they can roll out the bells and whistles to get more kids to matriculate? The second project that's going on in college admissions right now is, what do we tell our future clients, right? Our future clients are the 8th graders, the 9th graders, the 10th graders, the 11th graders, any grade you're in, that is their future audience. And just depending on where the admissions office is in terms of disseminating that information, we're going to be getting more of those official rollouts, like what we saw with DePaul University, what we saw with UT Austin. Even throughout today, I was getting a few more official correspondence from Northwestern University, Northeastern. I personally emailed a ton of college admissions representatives that we invite to our district to showcase their schools to our student population. And I'm emailing them Trinity, Southwestern, Baylor, A&M. They've all been really dynamic in terms of their answers, in terms of the the standard operating procedure is we're going to take what the district is adopting as policy, we're going to roll with it, and we're not going to penalize it. So I'm not losing sleep over this as a practitioner of college admissions. So that's my little take on that. And I'm happy to show documents on that as well.
Thank you. I had a couple of more, but I'll wait. You know, I've already taken a lot of time. If nobody else asks it, I'll come back around. But I thank you all for your time and attention, and more importantly, for your answers. They really helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Great work.
Thank you, Mr. Saliva. Now we have Trustee Larry Esparza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just a couple of questions, and to the team. You know, I know it's a lot of work in a short time of span, but I appreciate all your efforts. Just real quickly, going back over the information that was provided, and I guess it was looking at the high school report card. I think Mrs. I don't know who presented that one, Mrs. Becker or somebody, or whoever can answer it. But I'm looking at it, and for the term semester 2, the grade, of course, it'll show a P, pass or fail. But the final average, are they not maybe I missed it in the presentation. Are they not going to calculate a final average there?
No, sir, there won't be a final average because they're standalone semesters this year. So where we would normally average semester 1 with semester 2 for that final average, because semester 2 involves distance learning and students are receiving a pass or fail grade, then they are standalone semesters this year.
Okay, and that pass fail is determined by averaging the 4th, 5th, and 6th 6 weeks grade,
yes,
correct?
Sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Now going over to the middle school, you do have a semester average there. Well, actually, no, you have a semester, same thing, pass fail, but you have a final. So what did they do there? They just averaged the semester 1, and then the remaining 3 6 weeks took an average there and averaged the 2 for the final.
Good evening, Mr. Esparza. Yes, sir. For the first grade through the elementary and the middle school, we have an EIE policy that requires a numerical yearly average.
Okay.
And so because we have that P for the spring semester average in elementary and in middle school, the programmers will run the calculations by the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th numerical report card grades, and that will give the yearly average that we're required to do in 1st through 8th grade according to EIE policy. And I can share that policy if y'all would like to see that.
And so for all of those kids that and I don't know how many the number is, maybe I think you provided some numbers for the high school, but maybe they could give it the numbers for junior highs and elementary of kids that are not logging into the system or not getting grades in or not having access to the information and end up with an I. I think you said they would end up with an I or fail. They'll be given an opportunity to correct that during the summer if possible?
Absolutely, sir. And we wrote that in our guidelines, our just inserting guidelines, that we will as soon as we're given clearance to come back into our buildings from elementary through high school, we will be setting up teams of people for opportunity for the kids to be able to do credit by exams in the summer, to do summer school, to make up whatever 6 weeks that they lost. So we would be able to change the incomplete or the F of a spring work into a different passing standard and even adjust that yearly average for the 1st grade through 8th grade students.
Okay. I something to consider, I guess, would be if that return to normal order doesn't come till August, God forbid. I think maybe we should consider planning for that, because how are you going to get those kids to make up? I guess if their issue is not able to communicate online, you're still going to have that problem all through the summer if we're not able to access the buildings and bring those kids back in, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That will be
That will be a reality for us, that we will be doing. And what happens in middle school right now, they're very, very efficient at it, and we could mimic that. In middle school, they do very little summer school. And so they're very efficient, and so they find the 6 weeks that a student is incomplete or failed, and then they bring in a way to credit regain that 6 weeks of learning. And so we could develop systems that are similar. If we must in the fall, I mean, pray that we would be able to come back in August to school. And if we had to operate that dual kind of, we're learning our new, but we're regaining our old, we would and could be able to do that in the fall.
Okay. Another question I had is, and I know this is all new to everybody. It's new, not just to the school. Everybody's workplace is affected by this. And like you all mentioned, you know, the family, the economics of it all. And I'm sure a lot of districts are having the same thought process right now, trying to figure out, you know, how are we going to do this? What kind of, if do we absolutely, is there a drop dead deadline to make this decision? Does it have to be made tonight on this resolution? Because it is a lot of information. I know there's going to be, I've gotten a lot of emails and text messages and questions. I reviewed some of the information, but I had a lot of questions, and some of it was cleared up during your presentation and the presentation of the other staff members. But I'd like an opportunity to just kind of go through it a little more thoroughly and make sure I completely understand everything. And, you know, so is there like a drop dead date that we have to get this passed? And I know sooner is better than later, but is it absolutely necessary to get approved tonight, in your opinion?
Well, sir, the rush always was on this top 10% rank to name the bow and sow was so that we could have a graduation at the end of the month. So our release of the top 10% rank with the bow and sow always went out the week of April 27th. And however, that's not set that we have to. Those are dates we've given and practices that we have done as a district. So we would have the proper time to calculate and release accordingly to our seniors. So that's a decision of you all, the board, regarding the time that we release that top 10% rank. But we would not be able to release that top 10% rank until we have a resolution that temporarily adjusts something, right? It has to give us guidance in this resolution.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll pass for right now. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, all staff, for everything you've done so far.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Ms. Debbie Crane Alexander.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for all the work. I want to agree with Trustee Esparza. I think that we need to give this more time. I don't think that we need to push it into anything and have any unintended consequences of a decision that we make tonight, do something that could be punitive, especially to those children, those students that are trying to get into the rigorous programs that you have to be top 4%, top 6%. I think that we should hold off on making any decisions and have more discussions about this, because there are so many consequences that will impact our students' futures. I really think that we need to hold off and have more discussions. So heading the resolution, I understand the credit. I understand during everybody's presentation, it showed us the transcripts, it showed us the report cards. It was very clear on how you get credit, and I don't have a problem with that. My issue is with the ranking. And so if you read the resolution, it says in the 4th 6 weeks grades will be given the weight of a semester grade in the calculation to determine local graduation, including valedictorian. It also says for the calculations of class rank for students in the graduating class, the grade of the 4th 6 weeks grading period shall serve as the spring semester grade. I think when we were having our committee discussions regarding all this, I was talking about the 6 weeks grading period. And so I think the real issue here is weight. It's the weight that we're giving. And so in EIC local, we talk about the weights of the 13 points, the 10 points, the 5 points, and the 0 points. And I think that, this committee went different directions. They started one way and it went another and went another. But I want to reconsider the original direction of just giving 1/3 the weight, just the 4.33 points, because you cannot give the fourth 6 weeks 13 points, because then you're saying that the fourth 6 weeks grade is equivalent to the grade for the entire semester. And so that's the issue. And I feel very badly, because I feel like during committee meeting, I kind of bulldozed my way because I was confusing 6 weeks with semester. And in a semester, you have six weeks. You don't have 4 6 weeks. And I'm talking about courses that are obviously 6 weeks, not courses that are just one semester, or so it's a half a semester. I'm talking about a true course that has 6 weeks in it. And I realize now, after thinking about it, and that's why it's always good to pause and think about things. And I always do better when I have data and I look at things and I pause. After pausing over the weekend, I realized that I've made a huge error, and we shouldn't give the entire 13 points to that 6 weeks unless we're going to divide that 6 weeks by 1/3. But if we're going to divide that 6 weeks, and that fourth 6 weeks that I'm talking about, if we're going to let that count as the entire semester grade, then we're not doing anybody a service by saying that it's worth the original 13 points. And I know all the principals were in agreement with that in the beginning of the conversation, saying that they only did 1/3 of the work, so they're going to get 1/3 of the points. And my argument was, no, if you took a 6-week course and you get a weighted grade of 13 points, you should get the full 13 points. We were talking the same language, but in different lanes. And I apologize for that. I disagree with this resolution. I think that we should go back with what you educators came up with in the original conversations of just giving it 1/3 of the weight, because if you do the math, it's very punitive for students that did poorly in the fourth 6 weeks, because now that's going to be counted as their fifth 6 weeks grade and their sixth 6 weeks grade. Students that did very well in their fourth 6 weeks, they're going to have a huge GPA boost, because now their fifth and sixth are going to be that exact same grade. So if I got 100, I'm getting 100, 100. If I got a 70, I'm getting a 70, 70, 70. And I feel very badly for steering that committee in a different direction. And I think that we should pause and take it back to its original discussions and only count it for 1/3 of what it is, because I was talking about 6 weeks and I wasn't focused on the semester. And I see now that I was very incorrect. And before I yield the floor, let me see if there was anything else I wanted to bring up. And so I guess back to Trustee Sparza's question of when is the date. I don't think that we have to make this decision tonight. I'm hoping the rest of my board of trustees will decide that we need to table this and discuss it some more. And see what other districts are doing as well around the state. I don't think we need to be the first in this. I don't think that I don't have a problem even being the last school district that comes up with this, because things are changing constantly. Who knows, we might even go back to school May 4th. We don't know what's going to happen. And because we don't know, I don't think that we should be doing anything right now that the unintended consequences could be punitive. So I'm going to make a motion to table it.
That's not the way it works. We look to legal counsel.
So before going to the motion, I'm just going to give everybody ample time to explain, and then if you want to do a motion after that, I think it'd be appropriate.
I'm sorry.
Timing.
I thought I was the last trustee that was speaking, so sorry.
It's all right.
Well, I actually already made the motion, so is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to table. There's a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, and I will do a roll call. Ms. Arizeda?
Aye.
Mr. Esparza?
Aye.
Mr. Saldívar?
Nay.
Mr. Alvarado?
No.
Mr. Forina?
Nay.
Mr. Vela?
Yes.
and I will vote nay on it. So the motion fails 3-4. So with that being said, I've you know, for a while I was tending to agree a lot with what Trustee Arizeda was saying about, you know, how he was weighed and why is it weighed like that. And, you know, this is not something that we've talked about just today. I know that administration has been in discussion and has made it a point to talk to board members through committees and through collaboration of administrations. I think Mr. Vela brings up a very good point when he was asking, have we gotten guidance? And there were some good answers. Whether you look at what Mr. Lopez has to say, whether you look at what Tasby has to say. More importantly, I always echo the words of what Mr. Vela says is that McAllen ISD acts upon leaders. And people around not only the area, but throughout the district look and see what McAllen ISD is doing. So I then look at what Mr. Forina was saying about the outreach and how, you know, is it fair out there? And whether you look at what Spectrum is attempted to do, and what the city of McAllen has gone out of the way to try to make it fair for everyone. The truth of the matter is exactly what Mr. Canales says. We are not in normal setting environments. And the only concrete grade that we have at the end of the semester that the teachers were able to sit down and calculate things in their classroom in their normal setting, and the kids had a fair chance to do their work and to turn in their work was that 4 to 6 weeks. That we know for sure. Mr. Alvarado says, you know, he says that we must look at what's best for the kids. And I think the decision becomes very easy, is that we as board members are not the experts. The experts are the people on the other side, and that is our administration and the members that have sat for hours collaborating to ask questions. And the truth of the matter is that there's not one solution that benefits every single kid. So just as we know that there's a certain kid that didn't do well his 4th 6 weeks, there was a kid who did very well his or her 4th 6 weeks. And when you put life applications, and that's how I like to try to analyze things. And when you work for corporate America, if you have a bad quarter, you're thinking, man, I'm going to make it up. But then you also have the evaluation to where you might not have that chance to make it up. And so, you know, we try to do what's best for all the kids. And to me, I think that I believe in our administration. I believe in our principals. I believe in our counselors. And the fact that everybody's been involved in this decision making is what I believe is the right thing. Now, I had a hard time, you know, thinking about or analyzing the 13 points and the 4 points or the 4.5 points. But either way that you look at it, it's still the same amount of points. Because if you average it divided by 1/3 or you average it holistically, either way, it's the same amount of points. So, you know, to me, those kids earned that. Our administration believes that. And like I said, I see some of the trustees nodding their head. That's okay. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying my opinion is right. I'm just saying that that's my opinion. And I will always tend to agree with the experts. So, Mr. Forina?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The resolution of the board regarding policy EIC local academic achievement class ranking, last updated July 10, 2013, LDU 2013.01. Whereas on March 19, 2020, the Texas governor issued an executive order number GA-08 relating to COVID-19 preparedness and mitigation, and through this action and in accordance with guidelines from the president, ordered the temporary closure of all Texas school districts. Whereas on March 23, 2020, McAllen Independent School District began closed and instructing through distance learning to protect the health and safety of staff and students. Whereas the board has implemented procedures for continuity of instruction to the extent possible while the district is closed and instructing through distance learning. Whereas the board finds that a need exists to temporarily adjust local policy provisions addressing class rank under these circumstances to ensure fair and consistent designation of local honors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District make the following temporary adjustments to policy EIC local academic achievement class ranking last dated July 10, 2015, LDU 2013.01. The fourth 6 weeks grades, January 7, 2020 through February 21st, 2020, will be given the weight of a semester grade in the calculation to determine local graduation honors, including valedictorian and salutatorian for the 2019-2020 school year. For all calculations of class rank for students in graduating classes of 2021, 2022, and 2023, the grade for the fourth 6 week period of the 2019-2020 school year shall serve as the spring semester grade and shall be given the weight of a semester grade in all such calculations. Adopted this 13th day of April 2020 by the Board of Trustees. Presiding Officer Marco Suarez, Secretary Conrado Alvarado III.
If I could just interject, I didn't realize we were finished with discussion. I was in no way questioning anyone's integrity, and I wasn't calling myself an expert, but I was expressing my opinion based on data and research that I do due diligence, but I was not being dismissive of all the work that was gone in. I was giving my opinion. And I don't think that waiting a week or two or 3 or 4 is going to do any harm, but it could do harm if we vote tonight.
I understand.
Second.
We have a resolution on the floor in a second. Any discussion on the resolution?
I have a question, a couple of them.
Mr. Saldívar?
First of all, if we were to find that we were able to come back to school in the sixth week, and now our students are back to face, will this board have to now reconvene and change this resolution so that we now go back to local policy and legal policy, EIC, as it was written?
Because we're in distance learning, this is the first day of the new 6 weeks, of the six weeks, so we're already participating in distance learning as we speak. We're under an order not to return. I mean, we have to have a decision. We must stay in distance learning through May the 4th, I believe is the date. And that takes us 3 weeks into the six weeks. So this resolution would take us, this resolution would be in effect. It would stay in effect even if we return back to school for the last 3 weeks of the six weeks pertaining to ranking. As far as grading guidelines, we would then be able to go back to possibly no, it would have to stay the same. We would go back to, for the last 3 weeks for grading, we would go back the week 4, 5, 6, if we went back, and we would allow the teachers, we would go back to the other guidelines for grading where the teachers would have a minimum of 3 majors and 4 minors for those remaining 3 weeks, if we went back face to face. But this resolution is regarding the calculations of ranking for the spring semester. And because of that, because we will be 3 weeks in the six weeks in distance learning, it would necessitate the exclusion of the 5th and 6 weeks, even if we return back to school for the last 3 weeks.
So that was my concern, because, if there is an unintended consequence, knowing that we couldn't even begin to return until after May the 4th, we're going to be, I wasn't sure if it was this week or next week, we're going to start the last 6 weeks. We pretty much are there with this resolution. And so for all intents and purposes, this decision carries us to the rest, whether we approve it or not, it carries us to the end of the school year. And we would have to apply the current policy. And what would that look like if we don't do anything to our students? They wouldn't get any credit for distance learning at all for the 5th and 6th weeks anyway, right? Under the current policy.
Under the current policy, it excludes distance learning. So under the current policy, we would not be able to calculate the 5th and 6 weeks. That's correct.
So if we do nothing, it wasn't going to help them anyway. There are no major grades at all in the 5th and 6th weeks at all. So all we have to do is clarify about the ranking, which we're attempting to do tonight, as fair as we could possibly with all the individuals that have looked at it. And I've spent at least 6 or 7 hours in conversations and committee meetings, even today, to fully understand and appreciate where we are. I do think the weight should have been what we were talking about on Thursday, but we got ourselves sideways. And in that conversation, some of us that know math really, really well said it's the same weight to everybody. In other words, everybody that's in advanced academics would get the 13. Everybody that's in the honors would get the 10 and so forth. So if you qualify, you're going to get the same. So everybody moves up the same. And the persons that don't get any, they were going to be 0 anyway. And that is a significant amount of our population is 0, right? It's only in the top 25% do you even have hopes of getting advanced or honors or any of those advanced points. And only in the top 10 does it really matter to get into early admission. Am I correct with that?
The top 10 on the college admission, early admission, that's about this year's juniors and how that release, one of 2 releases on who are the top 10%. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, we can resolve that if we do come back in the fall, if we're allowed to come back, and we have no way of knowing if we will. We don't even know we're going to have summer school. But if there is an issue of consequence, we can resolve that and address that once we know for sure that we're not going to be able to return. And how are we going to address that then? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So really, we're just trying to wrap up this year. And it doesn't look, even if we were to go back in, they get no major grades the last 3 weeks if that's the earliest we could go back based on the current criteria, right?
Right.
So there's no harm, no foul then at that point.
Right. The resolution is definitely about the 4-6 weeks, and that's what I hear everyone saying, the 4-6 weeks. But the discussions have been about how much weight to give the 4-6 weeks. If you give the 4-6 weeks the full weight, or you give the 4-6 weeks the 1/3 weight. That's the discussion. But as far as that the resolution would exclude the 5th and 6 weeks, that'll be true right now. If we only go through May the 4th, or even if we return back, we would have to exclude the 5th and 6 weeks because the 6 weeks would have participated in 3 weeks of distance learning.
So I don't see us turning down a motion. There are no other consequences. We have to make a decision or it stays the way it was. And it really gets back to, do they get the 4.33 as an advance, a third, or they get the 13? And I was persuaded the other way. I mean, I was standing on the because to me it made sense. But I was persuaded, and at this hour and after a lot of discussions, I think we should move forward with the resolution. Thank you.
Sam, if I can interject one more time. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to interject one more time and I'll stop talking. I think everyone has to understand that what Ms. V is talking about, the numerical number that she's talking about is a number that's going to be inputted for the 5th 6 weeks and the 6th 6 weeks. And that numerical number is going to be the exact same number that's in the 4th 6 weeks. So if you did really, really well, it's going to bring your GPA up. If you did really, really bad, it's going to bring your GPA down. But because it's counted 3 times, not just 1 time, because it's only 1 grade in the 4th 6 weeks, but now we're going to count it for the 5th, and now we're going to count it for the 6th, only for top 10% ranking purposes, not for credit purposes. That's why it's so detrimental in my mind to give it the whole 13 points, or to not divide it by a third, because you have 3 6 weeks, and we're counting this for the entire, so it's 1, 1, and 1, so it's 1. It's not 1/3. So I'll stop talking right now, but I think it's detrimental. But I'll want to interject again.
Well, now I'm confused, because I understand it's 13 points for the entire semester, and I thought that was fair when we had our discussions. That the other way it wouldn't have been fair. It would have been only 1/3. Where here, since it's counted as a full grade for the whole semester, the 13 makes more sense, and it is fair. Because then it's a detriment to everybody gets it the same. And I understand some folks, didn't finish strong in the 4th 6 weeks, but there are a lot of kids out there that are in a real predicament in a lot of different ways that we got to give some sort of direction to this district and I think this is the fair way to do it, because if you look at individuals, yeah, there probably were some folks, but we were assured that when they ran the system and they ran the numbers without any names, that nobody was hurt, nobody was to anyone's detriment. That's changed, and somebody needs to say so. And I didn't hear that tonight.
And that was going to actually be my question. If I could hear from Dr. Gonzalez just on exactly this issue, whether it should be weighted the 13 points or 1/3. So I kind of want to hear your comments, Dr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I do want to commend the strategic design team. A lot of thought went into this, and there was a lot of back and forth with a lot of people that know our system very well and just ranking and grading. And looking at going into the 4-6 weeks, we feel very confident with our teaching and learning system. So to go through and give kids that weight, we believe that it's quality, because when you look at COVID-19 and what we had to do in really switching gears and taking this district and turning the ship so quickly, we feel that in order to give students the opportunity to take advantage of the work that they truly did face-to-face in our standardized traditional setting that we know as McAllen ISD, that we were doing a very good job coming into the 4-6 weeks, that it was our traditional setting before the pandemic hit. And that's why we want to put so much weight on it as we move forward. So as far as the recommendation goes, we feel confident that this is going to be one where it's good for all students. I mean, I know that there's going to be some that are saying, well, you know, I didn't do so well my 4-6 weeks, and I should have done better. I could have done better. I didn't know this was going to hit, and I can see that point. But when you look at the total picture and you look at everybody in the system and you look at what we're dealing with as a school district, we feel confident that going through the 4-6 weeks and weighting it the way that we're recommending is something that'll move our district through the situation. And pass-fail on the second semester side goes without saying, based on policy, because we're not face-to-face and we're in the distance learning environment. So we feel confident with the pass-fail on the backside on the second semester. So that's where we're at right now. And the team put a lot of work and a lot of thought into it. And there was a lot of back and forth on it and a lot of discussion. But we feel confident with our recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We have a motion on the floor in a second. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Mr. President.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President. Just one quick comment and maybe a question. I'm not sure.
Sure.
And I'm generally in agreement with the resolution. It makes a lot of sense, and I really appreciate all the work that the staff and superintendent and his leadership team have done on it and come forward with his recommendation. I sense a lot of disagreement on the board. I see widening opinions on this, and I'm wondering if a little bit more information to all the board members or to some of us who may think it's a good idea to wait, it might sway us one way or the other. I'm not sure that wouldn't be a bad idea. Like I said, I'm generally in agreement with the resolution, but I would like to see everyone more convinced in a positive way that it's the way to go. Maybe waiting, we could get there. If not, I'll probably be voting against it, just because I know that if we vote it down, it'll come back. If we voted in favor of, it probably won't come back. Thank you.
Mr. President, could I ask another question? And I know, I normally, and it's not directed any, and again, if the board member doesn't want to answer me, I understand. But and that's to Trustee Aliceda. Or would you be more comfortable with this resolution if we were to say, instead of being the full weight, would it go back to what we were discussing on Thursday during our committee meeting, which would be for advanced academics 433?
Yes.
Or am I misunderstanding?
Yes, if it was given a third the weight, not the full weight.
Even though it's now a semester grade, as you understand it, and in a semester, if they get the full credit under normal circumstances, they would get the 13 points for the semester.
Right, because we're not talking credit, we're talking ranking. We're talking two different things. This is ranking, and for ranking purposes, they only need to get a third because they didn't do the work in the 5th 6 weeks and the 6th 6 weeks. Well, I mean, they're doing the work, but we can't take that numerical grade. And so to take the numerical grade from the 4th is, to me, not fair.
So would you be willing to do an amendment?
Well, it's Tony's motion, but if someone wants to make an amendment, I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
I just a comment. I think that's the sticking point, and I could go either way. However, I know for juniors applying, they start applying.
Just one thing. I did want to let the board know, first and foremost, we side of it. What we want and what really is what we're holding on to is that 4th 6 week count, and that second semester be pass-fail. As far as the weight, full 13 or a third, this administration sees both benefit to either one. I mean, we feel confident with the full, we feel confident with the 1/3. Math is math on that end. So I just wanted to point that out.
I do have one comment to make real quick, Ms. Alejandra. Dr. Gonzalez and everyone on this board, it's just like they said, the points might differ. It's kind of like what happened in Memorial. One semester, it happened to be beneficial. The other semester, it wasn't. So I don't have a problem with the 1/3 or the other two. If someone wants to amend it. Here's where I do have an issue is whatever decision the board decides to do, it needs to impact transfer students. So for example, if there's a transfer student coming in from White ISD, wherever that may be, and they decided to give full weight to the 4th 6 weeks, that shouldn't hurt. That shouldn't be allowed to hurt any of our existing kids here. So it's only going to count 1/4, because if not, it puts all of our kids at a disadvantage. And that's why, I wish that the state would have come with a uniform agreement, so that it puts everybody in the same playing field. And I also read that letter that the University of Texas sent out to counselors, and even then, their admissions is going to adjust as well. So there's no 100% right decision here, which is why if the board is more comfortable doing the 1/4, I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that our kids at McAllen ISD, it's fair to them if any transfer student were to come and impact their GPA, because their transfer grades is not exactly like our policy.
Mr. President, I want to make an amendment, but before I do, I'd like that screen to be brought up where it showed what we discussed on Thursday. It showed what the percentage would be. If you could show that. I'm sorry.
Trustee Esparza, before you make an amendment, can I go back to what Trustee Vela said? We're having a lot of discussion. There's lots of things that we don't understand. If we all vote no, this can come back to us, and we can have all these discussions and not be so rushed and not get the numbers convoluted. I think we're all starting to have misunderstandings on the numbers on 1/3 and 13 points. I really think that we need to take more time on this. So
it was Saliva, by the way, and it's either we go with the motion or I stay with the current motion, and I will vote with the current motion.
I say we stay with the current.
So I think we should amend it, because that seems to be the only item of contention here, and that's the most phone calls and the comments I've gotten, even texting tonight. It seems to be on that what you brought up, Trustee Elisa, which is interesting because it goes contrary to what I felt, that it should have been that way all along for what Trustee Suarez just said. So if that's the only contention, that I asked the administration to put that screen back up. And if everybody's comfortable with that screen, then I'll amend the motion that way, and we can vote on the amendment. If it votes down, we go to the main motion. And I'm not asking for a friendly amendment. I'm making an amendment. And it can be seconded or not.
Do we have a second on the amendment? Mr. Vela seconds the amendment. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Now, Mr. Forina, are you okay with the amendment?
Again, on an amendment, it's not a friendly amendment. It's an amendment.
I'm sorry. Yeah. You're right.
A friendly is you would ask him, and if he says no, then that's fine. But it's within the motion. It's just one minor item that it seems all of us are concerned with, and rightly so. So if we bring the screen up and see what that table looked like on Thursday that Trustee Aliceta, Trustee Vela, and I saw, then I think we can come to terms with this.
Is this the screen you're referring to, Mr. Saldivar, the actual resolution?
No, the one where it was part of a letter, and in the letter, it showed how it was gonna change to being a third of the weight. And it was 433 for advanced academics, 2 point something for honors. It had already worked out the formula.
This is the one that well, what'll happen, Mr. Saldivar, we'll have to, when we do the calculations, it would still, we would still, I know what you're saying on that. That letter that we showed you, that one is.
Don't tell me you deleted it.
Right. I have it right here. One moment, please.
I know I keep butting in, and I'm sorry it's hard on these Zoom things, but they still, for that 6 weeks, they still need their full 13 points. It just can't be divided. I'm sorry, President Suarez, I see you shaking your head. They need their 13 points. So when you're looking at their transcript and you're looking at their GPA, that should have, if I got 100 and I get my 13 points, it should reflect I have 113. So when you deep dive into my transcript, that's the grade I earned. But when you're doing the semester average for the ranking, it shouldn't be divided by 1. It should be divided by 1/3. That's why I think that we should just not amend it. We should vote this down and go back so that we're all very clear, because we're talking different things here.
No, I think we're talking the same thing, but when we throw numbers, 1/4, 1/3, 13, it confuses. I think we're all on the same page that it counts as the 6 weeks the way it was originally presented to us. So, just so we know we can continue with the discussion, we have a motion. We have a motion for an amendment. We have a second.
We just need to see what the numbers are.
Okay, go ahead.
We need to see the numbers. I mean, it's the only fair way. Otherwise, Trustee is correct. We're voting on something we don't realize that what we're actually talking about. We're talking about the ranking for the semester.
Can someone pull up that document, please?
Ms. V's working on that right now.
Okay. As they are, I think, you know, this is really critical for everybody, but especially juniors about to apply. So you know, as this process went on, you know, I have a junior about to apply over the summer, and I was, you know, it's tempting to go ask, hey, how'd your 6 weeks go? Was it great? Because if it was great, you know, as a dad, you want to account for the whole, but you know, that's exactly what I want to avoid. It should be, you know, this thing happened, it affected all of us. It's 6 weeks to count the same as the previous junior year, you know, that first, second, third, as much as possible. So I appreciate the amendment, Sam, because I think this is fair across the board, because on the flip side, if you had a really rough 6 weeks, you know, it's going to hurt him even more as he applies. So I think this is fair to everyone, especially those juniors that are applying over the summer, because, you know, they're trying to get a top 10, 7%, all those different things. So I'm with you on this. Let's just take a little time to look at it, and that way, I think this is fair for everybody.
This is the letter, Mr. Saldivar, that you're speaking of. This is when we're talking about the juniors.
Yes.
In June, this is a proposed, but this isn't, we would have to,
this isn't the right.
You take the 13 points and divide it by 3, that becomes the 4.33. You take the 10 divided by 3, that's 3.33. And you take the 5 divided by 3, and that's 1.66. That's what Mr. Saldivar is talking about on the 1/3 weight.
But I wanted to see the visual so there's no misunderstanding, and we had that. Right next to it, it had the visual already calculated that the letter was ready to go until we had our discussions and we convinced you all to leave it alone. I want to see that letter.
that one, Mr. Saldivar, when we're doing this resolution that says 1/3 the weight, it's talking 1/3 the weight of of the 13 points. So of the 13 points of the whole year, that's when we say the 4.333. But in this resolution, what you're saying is that the fourth 6 weeks, because in the whole year, first 6 weeks through sixth 6 weeks, a student in an AP or DP program earns 13 points. When you're doing a resolution regarding the spring semester, the resolution, the way we showed it the first time is 1/3. It's worth 1/3 because it is 1/3. There's a first 6 weeks, second 6 weeks, and third 6 weeks. Some people say 1/4 because some kids take a semester exam, but that's when we take our EIC local, when we were talking about our seniors, it talks in thirds. So that exact point would not be the right points when we're talking about this resolution, because this resolution is saying the fourth 6 weeks will be the spring semester calculation at 1/3. And so 4.333 was of the whole year. But when you're doing the semester, when you're talking about the fourth 6 weeks being the spring semester, the proper way to do the resolution is to say that the fourth 6 weeks will be the semester average, will be the calculation for the spring 2020 with 1/3 weight.
Well, we spent a lot of time on this last Thursday going to get us to here. And I'm trying to get us back to there. And I thought by bringing up the original letter and the original language, it would get us there and it would save us a lot of time. Otherwise, I hate to see this table. So it's up to the administration to get me the letter that had that information on it that we discussed on Thursday, whether it's coming from Mrs. V or from the superintendent. Somebody's got to put it on the screen because it existed.
Yes, sir. One moment, please. Let me bring it back up, sir.
If it's something that cannot be readily put up, then I'm not going to make the amendment. We'll just go to the vote and we'll see where it plays out. But I'm trying to fix it tonight.
Or why don't we do this? Can we come back to it and proceed with the meeting and let them get that and just table it to the end of the meeting?
Tony would have to withdraw his
have a
motion.
problem with that?
Tony would have to withdraw his motion and I would have to withdraw the second, yes. Provided no other motion comes up.
Okay, Tony? We had lost Tony. He texted me that he lost network. He's trying to get back on. Is Tony back on?
I say we vote on it this evening.
No, nobody's saying not to vote on it this evening.
I'm saying we vote on it. We go ahead and vote on it this evening. Hopefully we'll vote it down and then come back next week in 2 weeks.
I gotta wait for. Hold on.
gotta wait.
I gotta wait for Tony to get back on.
He made the motion.
Yeah, he lost network.
Miss Angela Allen is with us, President Suarez, and she can bring that letter that we showed you in briefing. If that's the letter that Mr. Saliban wanted to see, we can bring that up. Miss Allen?
I also want the original resolution that we were going to, was being
Can you
proposed.
see it now? Okay, we can definitely show you the original resolution. And Mr. Suarez, this is the, yes, President Suarez and Mr. Saliban, this is the way to show the 1/3 part of 13 points. The only thing is in the resolution, and if you permit us, we'll show you the resolution. For the whole year, a student earns 13 points in the whole year. So when we're talking about the fall semester, 6.5 of those 13 points happens in the fall. And then in the spring, it's 6.5 for the spring. When you look, this arithmetic there, when it said 1/3 of the semester, this is 1/3 of the whole year's points. But in the spring, 1/3 of 6.5 is not 4.33. So what we wanted to show instead was the resolution that we show you. Angela, could you show the first resolution that we had drafted with the 1/3 that was approved by TASB?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 second, please.
Yes. So this is, could you scroll it to the resolution, Angela, please, ma'am? To the resolution. So in this language, could it go up just a bit, Angela, please? So in this one, and this was the draft that was shown in briefing, and it's exactly like the one that's before you. However, this one puts 1/3 the weight of a semester grade in the calculation for the 4th 6 weeks. Then for the juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, it does the same thing. It takes the calculation, it takes the 4th 6 weeks grading period, the 7 weeks that they did their work, and that calculation would be calculated 1/3 of the 4th 6 weeks.
Okay, so if we were to amend it to that language, that would take care of the 4th 6 weeks, right? The part 2, the second dot, right?
Yes, sir.
What Trustee Ellie said is saying.
If this resolution could simply replace the resolution that you have, because the resolution that you have is the full weight. It has the 4th 6 weeks as the full weight of the spring semester calculation. This resolution is saying that the 4th 6 weeks is 1/3 the weight of the spring calculation of the seniors and of the underclassmen.
Now, Trustee Ellie said that if we were to go with this language instead, would this work? And Trustee Vela.
Quite honestly, I think it's very confusing and convoluted at this point. I think reading something on a screen is too hard to digest. I really think we should table this until we can actually look at it and think about it some more. So the answer to Trustee Saldivar is no. I will be a no because I don't have enough time to really read it and understand it.
All right.
But thank you for trying. I appreciate that.
I withdraw my amendment then. Let's just go with the motion. I'm sorry to take the very time. I was hoping to find a solution. Thank you.
Well, Sam, why withdraw it? I think that's fair. I like this one. It's 1/3. Everything else applies. We're not, even if we come back on May 4th, to the administration's point, the only grades that are going to count are the 4th 6 weeks. So the only question to me is whether we count that for the whole semester, the 13, or the 1/3. And I think the 1/3 is the best in that sense.
All right. Let me look it up because I just took it off my screen. Then I think the easiest thing to do is for Tony, and I know this is a tricky one because I don't know how Tony's going to feel about withdrawing his motion and then going with this motion versus an amendment to these 2 points.
I would suggest going with the amendment.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I move.
If you want to make that amendment?
Yes, sir. I move to amend the previous motion to state the following: that the 4th 6 weeks grade, January 7th, 2020 to February 21st, 2020, will be given the weight of the semester grade in the calculations to determine local graduation honors, including valedictorian and salutatorian for the 2019-2020 school year to be 1/3 the weight. So it's right there between the word given the weight, it should be given the 1/3 weight. The second,
For your help, we have that
So-
resolution right there in front of you.
Go ahead, Mr. Saldivar.
okay, I think I have to read it, so it's in the
Right.
record, no doubt. And then the second part of the amendment would be for all calculations of class rank for the students of the graduating class 2021, 2022, and 2023, the grade for the fourth 6-week grading period of the 2019-2020 school year shall be served as the spring semester grade and shall be given the weight of 1/3 of the semester grade in all such calculations.
We have an amendment to the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, and we'll do a roll call.
Can you do roll call, Trustee President Suarez? I'm sorry.
Yes. Ms. Debbie Crane Alizeda?
No.
Mr. Larry Esparza?
No.
Mr. Sam Saldivar?
Yes.
Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Yes.
Mr. Tony Forina?
Yes.
Mr. Danny Vela?
I just had a point of information, Mr. President.
Okay.
Pull back his original amendment.
Yes, I will withdraw my original resolution.
Actually, no, we already way past that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an amendment to it, Danny, so it'll be a 1/3. It's not the original resolution.
We need one more vote to override Tony's amendment, motion.
So, Mr. Vela? Mr. Vela? Okay, I guess he's abstaining. And I will vote for. Yes.
I vote
Yes. Okay. And I vote yes. So it is a 4-3 decision. Okay. Next item is,
No, Mr. Point of order, we have to now vote on the original motion with the amendment attached to it. That's the way it works.
So we just voted. Oh, I'm
We just
sorry.
voted on
We
the
just
amendment.
voted. Okay, here we go. So now we'll do roll call again on the original motion with the amendment. Ms. Debbie Crane Alizeda?
No.
Mr. Larry Esparza?
No.
Mr. Sam Saldivar?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Yes.
Mr. Tony Forina?
Yes.
Mr. Danny Vela?
No. No.
Okay, and I will vote for it. It is a 4-3 decision. Next item is 13A, which is the board committee reports. We start with instructional service briefing with Mr. Sam Saldivar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Find my notes real quick. On Thursday, April the 9th, 2020, Trustee Vela, Trustee Aliceta, and myself met with Dr. Ibarra, Dr. Gonzalez, and Mrs. V to discuss the item we just voted on. And that was for about an hour and 30 minutes. And then we briefly went into the items on the agenda, which include items 10A, 10B, 10C, and 10D. And then one item is in the consent agenda, which is item 14A. And then the last one is the approval instructional material allotment, IMA, and the essential knowledge and skills certification form, which is 15A on the agenda. So again, we discussed the distance learning guidelines for grading spring 2020 and the ranking procedures, which we just went over due to the distance learning for spring 2020. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is a human resource briefing with Mr. Tony Forino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Miller and I had the opportunity. We sat down and discussed what was coming up with the HR recommendations for school year 1920 and recommendations for 2021, resignations for HR 1920, the approval of a withdrawal of a teacher resignation, the approval of the 1920 T-test appraisal waiver, and the report regarding salaries during COVID-19 that we are going to hear shortly. That is all for my report, sir.
Thank you. The next is District Operations Chair with Ms. Debbie Crane-Alizeta.
Yes, thank you, President Suarez. We met with Arely Benavides, and both of our items are in consent agenda. One of them is the portable buildings, and the second one, I always want to thank Ms. Benavides. She's found a major cost savings in our telephone carrier services, and I really appreciate, the board really appreciates her looking into things like that and finding cost savings, and that's my report.
I appreciate your report. Thank you. Next is Business Operation Briefing, Mr. Danny Vela.
Mr. President, I have no report tonight.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have 13B, report regarding compensation during COVID-19. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. During the implementation of McAllen ISD's COVID-19 action plan, administration agreed to continue paying full-time employees for their regular duty schedule. Administration explored offering compensation to our part-time employees, their substitutes and consultants. However, that would violate board policy DEA local. Substitutes and consultants were not included except for limited long-term substitutes. Additionally, Blue Cross Blue Shield offered the district additional benefit plan options for COVID-19 testing and treatment-related services, and Mr. Miller will discuss this further. This item is for information purposes only and requires no action.
Thank you.
Good evening. Bear with me just a minute. Everybody see that okay? Report regarding compensation during COVID-19?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So during the implementation of McAllen ISD's COVID-19 action plan, administration agreed to continue paying full-time employees. Bear with me, because it's in my way. Agreed to pay full-time employees for the regular duty schedule per board policy DEA local. Administration explored offering compensation to our non-working part-time employees, substitutes, and consultants, and Blue Cross Blue Shield then offered additional plan option for COVID-19 testing and treatment-related services. Paying part-time employees, substitutes, and consultants while not performing services for the district violates board policy DEA local. March 20th, all part-time employees and substitutes were informed by the district that they did not have work opportunities, under COVID-19 district learning model. They were encouraged to contact the Texas Workforce Commission to apply for unemployment benefits. April 1st, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act gives those on unemployment an additional $600 a week for up to 4 months. Blue Cross came in on March 26th and offered the district 2 additional plan options. First one was Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA coverage, which basically mandated 100% coverage for testing and related services. Second option was FFCRA plus telehealth. That includes telehealth services for providers migrating to virtual office visits through April 30th. That's the one that the district opted into. Ironically, about 3 or 4 days later, PCI said they're going to close their doors and only do office visits through telemedicine. April 6th, Blue Cross came back and said cost sharing expansion optional. They waived member cost sharing, including deductibles, co-payments, and co-insurance related to COVID-19 treatment. That waiver applies to cost for COVID-19 treatment at in-network facilities and treatment for out-of-network emergencies, for treatment received between April 1st and May 31st, 2020. That one there, the district opted out of because we had no way of knowing the impact that it would have on our current health fund that we already are challenged with. The budgetary considerations not applicable, and this is for information only. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Anybody on the board have any questions?
I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that was, give me 1 second.
We're on 14A, Mr. President, and we were
Yeah.
going to pull 14A.
Yeah, 14A has been pulled. We go to 14B, approval of human resource recommendations for school year 2020-2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Human Resources has submitted a list of recommendations under separate cover for discussion during closed session, and administration is recommending action on this item.
We need a motion, please.
So moved.
So moved.
We got a motion and a second. We'll go with a roll call vote. Ms. Debbie Crane Alizeda. Mr. Larry Esparza.
Yes.
Mr. Sam Saldivar. Mr. Ito Alvarado.
Yes.
Mr. Tony Forina.
Yes.
Mr. Danny Vela.
Yes.
And Mr. Marco Suarez, yes. So it is a 5-0 decision for approval. Next item is 14C, Human Resource Employee Resignations for school year 2019-2020. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations for the 2019-2020 school year under separate cover, and this is for discussion during closed session, and this is for information purposes only.
Okay. Any discussion? We go to 14D, pending or potential litigation. Mr. Crane, I would recommend that we proceed as directed.
Correct.
Mr. Crane?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Possible real estate acquisition?
Oh, we need a, okay, we will proceed as directed.
Okay. We now go to 15, item 15, consent agenda items. Can I get a motion from the board, please?
Mr. President, I move that we approve items 15A, B, C, and D.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor of the motion? Ms. Debbie Crane Alizeda? Mr. Larry Esparza?
Aye.
Mr. Sam Saldivar? Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Aye.
Mr. Tony Forina?
Aye.
Mr. Danny Vela?
Yes.
Okay, and myself, that is a 5-0 decision on the consent agenda item. Now we go to item 16A, approval of instructional material allotments. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. On 15A, this is a rolling request for proposal that is open every 3 months to increase, oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. We're on it's 16A1, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
All right, the district is requesting the approval of SCOE's annual peak certification form for the instructional material allotment, and we are requesting action on this item.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 You might want to do roll call, Trustee Suarez. I don't know if everybody's here.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Debbie Crane Alizeda? Mr. Larry Esparza?
Aye.
Get my microphone off. Aye. Here, I'm here.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, Sam? Okay, Sam, Ito?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Danny?
Aye.
Okay, myself. So it's a 6-0 decision. Next item is we have 16B, which is approval of 2019-2020 Texas Teacher Evaluation. Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration is requesting approval to apply for TEA for a waiver for the educator appraisal requirements. That's the T-test due to circumstances arising from COVID-19 with the school closure and going into distance learning. It will be impossible for appraisers to complete the 45-minute observations in our traditional setting. And this waiver allows for our appraisal process to be completed with necessary modifications. We are requesting action on this item.
Move to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Ms. Debbie Crane-Arizeda?
Aye.
Mr. Larry Esparza?
Aye.
Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Aye.
Tony Forina?
Aye.
Mr. Danny Vela?
Aye.
Mr. Sam Saldivar? Okay, it's a 6-0 decision. Next is item 16D, approval of the McAllen Independent School District March budget amendment fiscal year beginning July 21st, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2020. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration is recommending the approval of the March 2020 budget amendments for the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and administration is recommending action on this item.
We have a
Move to
motion on the
approve.
floor. We have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second by Mr. Vela. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Ms. Debbie Crane-Arizeda?
Aye.
Mr. Larry Esparza?
Aye.
Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Aye.
Mr. Tony Forina?
Aye.
Mr. Danny Vela?
Aye.
And myself. So it is a 6-0 decision. We now go to item 16D, the Board of Trustees. Approval of the Board of Education meeting minutes. And that is the 16A1 through 16E1. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve item 16E1 through item 16E1E.
Second. Second.
Okay, Mr. Vela is the second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do a roll call on this.
Mr.
Aye.
President,
Yes, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go back to item number 11.
Okay, can I just finish we have a item number 16.
Oh, I'm
Maybe
sorry, I
just
thought we voted on it. I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. We go to item 16. We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposing it? No? It is a 7-0 decision. Now we go back to item 11. Okay?
This is the resolution for EIC local academic achievement class rank. I move to rescind the previous motion.
It's been voted upon. Mr. Crane?
You can.
I second your motion.
He can have a motion to rescind if you want.
Excuse me?
I second his motion to rescind.
The meeting hasn't ended, so we can go
Right.
back to vote again if a board member wants to revote.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor.
I
We have a
second his
second.
motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion?
I
Please
have
rescind the motion, President.
Excuse me?
Please rescind the motion, please.
I move to rescind the previous action on item resolution for EIC local academic achievement, which was dealing with the resolution, Mr. Vick.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
What is the purpose
Just
of
a question,
rescinding the motion?
The purpose for me rescinding the motion is the more I'm looking at this and the more that I'm remembering our discussion on Thursday and throughout this evening, I think there's a confusion here between the first point, which is dealing with the grades for the semester. And I think there's also a misunderstanding, and I'm hoping a misunderstanding, as to the next point, which is the class ranking and what the weight should be for that. And they are different. The way the motion was originally and the way I amended it, I think both of those motions and amendment may not may not truly represent what we need to be doing for our students when it comes to grading for the year and for the ranking for the year. They're really two separate issues. And I think we're trying to combine them. And if the administration wants us to combine, then I have a problem as a board member to combine them without further discussion. And I think they should be looked at separately. The more I thought about it.
Dr. Gonzalez, your input?
We want to rescind the motion so that we can put the grading and the ranking on two separate resolutions. Is that what I'm understanding?
It may require two separate. It could be on the same one, but I think we have to put a different language for what we're wanting to do for the weights for the grade and what we're wanting to do for the grades for the ranking. And what this is saying, and I understand why we're doing it this way, but I think the fact that it's not a full semester, that the fourth quarter should have its own weight, which is the 4.33 for the grade. But I think the semester needs to have a consideration for the entire year, whether they should get the full 13 points. Because I think they're different.
But the 13,
differently.
just point of clarification, Mr. Saldivar, the 13 points would be added. I mean, why would that grade make a difference for their class? It wouldn't make a difference for their class rank. Am I correct?
May I explain something?
Sure.
So in the fall, in a fall semester of a 13-point course, if the student gets a 90, 13 points is added on top of that, which makes it be 103. And in the spring, we only have the fourth 6 weeks that we're looking at. So that 6 weeks average of a 90, if it was a 90, it gets 13 points added to it. But then when you turn it into a GPA, right? When you turn it into the GPA, it has to be calculated that it's a half a credit course. That's when it turns it into it works the 1/3 behind it. And that's why we're saying it's true what we're saying, that 13 points are given to the grade that a student got in the fall, the semester average. And in the 4-6 weeks, that's the only grade we can calculate that isn't distance learning. So in that 4-6 weeks, we can add, and we do add, the 13 points because that's what they deserve, because that was an AP course or an IB course. But then when they do the calculations for the 4-6 weeks, it will go into the GPA, and it'll go into the fact that it's a half a credit because it's the spring credit, and then it'll divide by the 1/3. So the kids technically will get 100% their points, but by the time you do the calculations, you turn it into 1/3 of the whole semester, because that is, if that's how you have your resolution, if you keep your resolution that way, the weight is 1/3 of the 4-6 weeks. And so that letter that we showed you, Mr. Saldivar, all of y'all, it was true, and it is true, but it's also true that they get a full 13 points, because they do get 13 points every semester on the grade they got. But when you run the GPA calculation, that's when it turns different. And so with the resolution that you all approve, or that you just did, we would do the calculations after the 13 points to the grade, and it would go behind with the GPA, and it would become 1/3.
This is Trustee Adesanya. Can I call the question so that we halt conversations on this? Because I think this needs a lot more conversations and maybe in committee meetings and such. So can I call the question?
You'd have to have the votes for it. Yeah, but
Vote on the question.
Okay, you want to vote on the call to question, but I think Mr. Sandiva should have a chance to answer the explanation that Mrs. V just gave him. But if y'all want to vote on the call to question, you can.
Unfortunately, under Robert's rule, the question was called, and we have to vote on the question.
So,
Had I been speaking, I would have been allowed to finish speaking, but I wasn't speaking, so.
all right, so we have a call to question, and we'll vote on that. Ms. Debbie Crane-Alizeda?
So let's be clear though, we're voting to the motion is to rescind the resolution that we did earlier.
No,
so
you're voting to call to questions to stop the conversation. That was your call to question.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we're stopping the conversation in favor of that. Ms. Debbie Crane-Alizeda votes yes. Mr. Esparza?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sam Saldiva?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ito Alvarado?
No.
Mr. Tony Forina?
No.
Mr. Danny Vela?
Yes.
Okay, and I will vote against it. The motion passes, so we can no longer discuss this anymore. So I guess we go to the last part of the meeting.
Well,
no,
I
know. Which is, we have a motion on the floor to rescind, which is the last part of the meeting. It's the only thing left. We have a motion on the floor to rescind Mr. Sandiva's motion.
I vote yes.
Ms. Debbie Crane-Alizeda votes yes. Mr. Larry Esparza?
Yes.
Mr. Sam Saldiva?
Yes.
Mr. Ito Alvarado?
Yes.
Mr. Tony Forina?
Yes.
Mr. Danny Vela?
I vote yes because it gives us more time to study this item further. Thank you.
Okay, and I will vote. I would vote in favor. It's a 7-0 decision. Yes. Next thing we have is 17A, which is the schedule of the meetings: April 20th, 2020, Bird Workshop at 5:30, and April 27th, 2020, regular board meeting at 5 o'clock. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And that concludes our meeting at 8:53 p.m. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Good night.